Angeles Rams versus the winners in the American Conference of the National Football League, the Cleveland Browns. Now we're ready for the World's Championship game, a real thriller. 60,000 sun-drenched fans are on hand here at the huge Los Angeles Coliseum as the Los Angeles Rams come charging onto the field to boast a log of 11 wins and 1 loss for the 1951 season. Los Angeles coach Joe Stoddard will have his hands plenty full this afternoon, and he'll be counting heavily on his talented quarterback Bob Waterfield, passing and field goal specialist. And Nun Van Brocklin, second half of the powerful Ram aerial circus, here passing to rangy Tom Fears, one of the greatest ends in National League football. Paul Brown, coach of the Cleveland team, has a few tricks up his sleeve, too. Passing master Otto Graham. Flashing fullback Marion Motley. And sticky-fingered pass receivers Max Speedy, number 58, Datty Lavelli, and Dub Jones. Here's the toss of the coin with Waterfield representing the Rams, Tony Adamley representing Cleveland. That's referee Russell Gibb. Captain Tony Adamley wins the toss of the coin, elects to receive. The Browns will be defending the east goal. Woodley Lewis kicks off for Los Angeles, a high floating kick that goes out of bounds in the Cleveland 22. Rams, to penalize 5 yards, will be forced to kick from their own 35-yard line. On the Los Angeles 35, Woodley Lewis kicks off. Cleveland's Ken Carpenter receives at the goal line, fumbles, picks it up, returns to the Cleveland 23, where Andy Robustelli, Los Angeles freshman end, makes the tackle. First play from scrimmage, Cleveland's ball, first down, 10 to go. Otto Graham calling signals, number 60. Graham right behind the center. It's a pitch out to Dub Jones, number 86. Jones picks up 1 yard. Tank Younger makes the tackle for Los Angeles. With the ball on the 24-yard line, Otto Graham goes back to pass. That's Otto calling the signals. That's Dub Jones in motion. Off to the left in the T formation. Graham goes to throw. He looks. He fires to Max Speedy. Good for 12 yards and a first down in the Cleveland 36. That's the first down of this football game. Otto Graham calls his team into the huddle, calls the signal, steps up to the line of scrimmage. Graham again dropping back. This time he looks and throws to Datty Lavelli for 13 yards. Another first down and the Cleveland 49. Jerry Williams and Don Paul collaborated to make the tackle. Graham again brings his team up to the line of scrimmage. Otto, the ball into the arms of Marion Motley, who slams through the middle to put the ball on the Los Angeles. Score, 0-0 in the first quarter. Neither team has scored. Los Angeles hasn't had the ball on offense yet. Graham calling signals. Otto starts back, fakes to Motley. Moves off to his right to his own 43. He's up to his own 45. Decides to run at the 50. He's at the 45, down to the 40. He whirls to the 35, all the way down to the 35-yard line of the Rams. The Graham calls signals. Moving in now on the Ram goal line. Graham fakes to Motley with the left hand, gives the ball to Jones with the right hand. Jones fumbles, but recovers immediately at the line of scrimmage. No gain. 4-0. Second and 10. Graham steps back. He's being rushed by Brink. He fires over the middle to Lavelli for 16 yards for his third successive completion, and it's first down Cleveland on the Los Angeles 19. Graham again calling signals. Graham hands off to Dub Jones again, and Jones is hit after a yard advance as Don Paul brings him down. Second down, 9 to go. All on the 18-yard line. Graham goes back to pass, fakes to Motley. Looks downfield, Brink's coming in on him again, hits him around the arm. The pass is short, intended for Lavelli, incomplete. Incompleted forward pass. Third down, 8 to go. Fullback Marion Motley smashed over the middle for a yard, pick up to put the ball on the 17-yard line. Fourth down, 7. Paul Brown sends Lou Groza into the lineup to attempt a field goal from the Rams 23. Tom James holds the kick. Is up. It's end over end. It's wide to the left. No good. The Rams take over on their own 20. A 71-yard Cleveland march comes to a halt. On the Rams' play from scrimmage, Tank Younger cuts over left tackle for 1 yard. Second down, 9 to go. Bob Waterfield, number 7, calling signals. Bob gives the ball. Dan Toller, Deacon Dan swings wide for 9 yards and a first down on the Los Angeles 30. And that's the initial first down for the Rams in this football game. Field steps up to the line of scrimmage right behind his center. Balance line, T formation. Gives the ball to Younger. Younger hits left tackle for 1 yard. Len Ford of Michigan brings him down. Waterfield points off to the right there, number 7. Calling the signal. He pitches out to Deacon Dan Toller. Deacon Dan picks up 1 yard, and the ball is on the Los Angeles 32. Third down. Bob Waterfield calls the plays. Waterfield goes back to pass. Can't get it away. Decides to run. And things around right in for a 6-yard advance. Tony Adamley hits him. Waterfield goes way into the air, but he's all right. He's not hurt. And it's 4th down 2. 4, 0-0. Waterfield back in front formation. His long, high kick is in the air. Taken by Cliff Lewis on the Cleveland 21. Lewis returns nicely for 13 yards before rookie guard Dick Doherty brings him down on the 34. Browns ball, first and 10 to go. Score 0-0. A real thriller from Miller. Out of Graham. Goes back to pass, making it 4 completions out of 5 attempts. Passing to Danny Lavelli for 17 yards. A first down on the Los Angeles 49. Score, first quarter. Behind the center, goes back to pass. Plays is rushed by Robustelli. And his pass, meant for Max Speedy, falls short. Incomplete. 3rd down and 10 to go. 3rd and 10 with Graham calling the plays. Tim takes the ball from center, goes back to pass. It's intended again for Lavelli. Lavelli is downfield. It's a beauty. Lavelli may get it. He misses it. Just missed it. Couldn't quite reach the ball. No touchdown. The score remains the same. 0-0. Gillum back in front formation on 4th down. Horace Gillum gets away a towering punt. Tommy Kalminer under the ball, signals for a fair catch on his own 12-yard line. First down, 10 to go for the Rams, and the Rams 12-yard line, 0-0. Waterfield behind the line, gives the ball to Dan Towner. Towner breaks off right guard for 4 yards, and the ball rests on the Los Angeles 16. Waterfield goes back to throw his first pass of the ball game. Cleveland's Tom James almost intercepts the pass intended for Kane, and it falls incomplete. Waterfield again gives the ball to Dan Toller on a slashing run through center. Gains 7 yards and a first down on the 23. 4-0-0 first quarter. Waterfield gives it to Tank Younger. He slams off left tackle for 14 yards to the Rams 37. Another Los Angeles first down. Waterfield number 7 calling the plays for the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams are out to dethrone Cleveland today if they can. Waterfield drops back to attempt his second pass, but it falls incomplete, intended for Younger. Waterfield back to pass. He's looking for his favorite receiver, Elroy Hirsch. Hirsch makes a great catch for 20 yards. For the first time in this game, the Rams are in Cleveland territory on the 43-yard line. On this play, a defensive holding penalty is called against the Browns. It puts the ball in position, good position for the Rams, and it's an automatic first down on the defensive holding penalty. First down, 10 to go for the Rams. Waterfield goes back to throw. He's looking on the screen to Deacon Dan Toller, but the pass is incomplete. Waterfield again steps up to the line of scrimmage, right in behind his own center. Tight T formation. Waterfield steps back, arches a long pass that falls incomplete. Hirsch almost had it for a score, but it's an incompleted forward pass. 3rd and 10. Waterfield carries the ball himself and picks up 2 yards. Bill Willis of Ohio State, the Buckeyes, makes the tackle. 4th down 8 on the Cleveland 47. Waterfield punts. He's back there now waiting for the ball. There's his kick. Lifts it high into the end zone. Automatic touchback. Browns ball, 1st and 10 on their own 20. Score 0-0 in the first quarter. Ball on the 20-yard line of Cleveland. Graham goes back to pass. He throws a screen pass to Motley. And Motley moves nicely downfield for a 7-yard gain. But the play is nullified because of a Browns backfield in motion penalty. Puts the ball back in the Browns 15. Ken Carpenter picks up 4 yards in a right end run to put the ball on the 19 to make it 2nd down 11. Score 0-0 first quarter. Graham goes back to throw. Robustelli's coming in. He throws Otto for a 3-yard loss. 3rd down 14. Graham right in behind the center. Wetzel auto call here. It's a pitch out to Dub Jones. And Dub picks up 1 yard at left end. Don Paul makes a back in punt portion. There's the pass from center. Gillum gets away another long high punt. Vitamin T. Smith signals for a fair catch on the Los Angeles 45. And the first quarter ends with the score: Los Angeles Rams nothing, the Browns nothing. Now when the teams change goals. Out of the second quarter, Rams ball on their own 45. Younger smashes the center, fumbles, and Jim Kane recovers for Los Angeles on the 49, picking up 4 yards on the fumble. Balance line T formation. Bob Waterfield still in there at quarterback. Gives the ball to Dan Towler. Towler's halted for no gain at right end by Tony Atomley. Bob Waterfield from the tee calls the plays, and behind good protection fires a pass to Vitamin T. Smith. And Smith rambles for 18 yards in the first down. Los Angeles on the Cleveland 33. Score 0-0. Second quarter. Rams have their first scoring opportunity. Waterfield gives the ball to Vitamin T. Smith. He's swinging wide. He's going to be trapped. Tom James makes the tackle for Cleveland. The 5-yard loss for Los Angeles. Bob Waterfield goes back to pass. He throws the screen pass to Dick Horner. Good for 14 yards to the Cleveland 24. Colts. The Rams are moving in. The score 0-0. Waterfield behind the line gives the ball to Vitamin Smith, who cuts back for 7 yards and a first down on the 17. Waterfield on the same play gives the ball to Vitamin Smith, and Smith moves through for 3 more yards. Number 77, Vitamin T. Smith. Waterfield now looking for the payoff play. Stops back. He fakes to the left. Then he Spears is in the end zone. But the ball is over his head. No good. Third down. Waterfield moving back to pass. He throws. Interference is called. And a pass to Smith, giving the Rams the first down in the Cleveland 12. Here's a repeat in slow motion of that play. You can see that Adamley is very depressed. Keep an eye on number 77, Vitamin T. Smith, the intended receiver. This interference penalty, giving the Rams a first down, offers them a great scoring opportunity on the Cleveland 12. Balance line T formation. Dick Horner over right tackle for 4 yards, putting the ball on the 8. Rams are very close now to a touchdown with the score 0-0. Out of the huddle they come, confidently as Waterfield directs his team. Anselm Robert behind the center gives the ball to Vitamin T. Smith. Vitamin cuts for 2 valuable yards. Score 0-0. Second quarter. Rams are now on the 6-yard line. And Dan Towler is given the ball. Elroy Hirsch throws a key block. And Towler goes all the way down to the 1-yard line before he is knocked out of bounds. 1 yard away from a touchdown with a score 0-0. In the World's Championship game, postgraduate football being played in the Coliseum. Waterfield calls signals, and he gives the ball to Dick Horner, number 31. Horner smashes through for the touchdown. Los Angeles 6, Cleveland 0. Glenn Davis will hold. Former West Point star. Bob Waterfield will try for the extra point. There's the pass and center. The ball's on the ground. The kick's in the air. It's good. And the score is 7-0. Los Angeles leads. Second quarter. There's the scoreboard. Woodley Lewis kicks off for Los Angeles. Ken Carpenter takes it in the end zone. Comes out down the sidelines. He's hit. Boom, the ball pops out of his hands, and he makes a remarkable save for Cleveland. Back to the Cleveland 14. First down for the Browns on their own 14. Otto Graham at the helm. Pulls at his right sleeve. Calls a signal. Moves back to pass. Looks for Max Beatty. Throws. Connects for 17 yards to put the ball on the 31. First down, Cleveland. 7-0. Rams leading second quarter. Graham calling signals. Graham moves back to throw. Again passes to Max Beatty, who runs out of bounds. Just 6 inches short of a first down in the Cleveland 41. Cleveland's ball on their own 41-yard line, inches to go for a first down. They're trying to tie up the ball game if they can. Graham behind the line gives the ball to Ken Carpenter, who makes a first down on the 43. Graham again calling signals. Graham slips back, fakes to Motley, passes to complete to Ken Carpenter. A fine play for 17 yards as Ken rolls to the Los Angeles 40-yard line. First down 10 now for the Browns on the Los Angeles 40. The Rams lead 7-0 in the second quarter. Graham goes back to pass. He's looking downfield. He throws a long one. It may be a touchdown. Number 27, Marvin Johnson breaks up the play on the 5-yard line. Great defensive maneuver on the part of Marvin Johnson. Graham calling signals. Goes back to throw, fakes to Motley. Smash for a 6-yard loss while attempting to pass. Andy Robustelli made the tackle. Robustelli has been playing tremendous defensive ball for Joe Steidehar's team. Graham again goes back to pass, and he is nailed while attempting to pass, this time for a 9-yard loss, as Larry Brink rushes in to make the stop. Fourth down now for the Browns. Rams lead 7-0. Gillum back in punt formation. Gillum boots it. It's a high, soaring kick, forcing the Rams' Vitamin T. Smith to call for a fair catch on the 18. To Elroy Hirsch, but it's broken up by Warren Lahr. Third down and 7. Waterfield moves back, watches his protection, looks for a receiver, throws far downfield. There's a jump, and a tremendous interception by Warren Lahr, who stole the ball away from Elroy Hirsch, giving Cleveland possession on their own 45. That pass would have gotten over Lahr's head. Hirsch would have been off to the races, but Lahr made a sensational play. And now the Browns take over first and 10 on their own 45. Otto Graham, keeping his passes low to avoid interceptions, connects with Max Speedy for 10 yards and a first down on the Los Angeles 45. Otto Graham calls signals. Otto Graham goes back to throw. He looks off to his right, passes to his right, and the pass is meant for Jones, incomplete. Broken up by Marvin Johnson. 4 minutes left to play in the half. Graham goes back to throw. Again, he throws downfield, this time to Carpenter, and it's incomplete as Carpenter failed to hang onto the ball. Graham again goes back to pass. He looks off to his right. He throws downfield to Carpenter, and Carpenter again drops it. And now they're going to try a 52-yard field goal from the 48-yard line. And this will be Lou Groza kicking. The score 7-0. The ball's in the ground. Groza kicks. It's a beautiful end-over-end boot far downfield and right through the uprights with a 3-point, setting a new world's playoff record of 52 yards from the goal post. The score now, the Rams 7, the Browns 3. The National League mark is 54 yards, held by Glenn Fresnel in 1934 against Green Bay. There's the kickoff by Lou Groza. Goes into the end zone. Comes out, it's down there. It's an automatic touchback. It's the Rams' ball, first and 10 on their own 20. Ball is given to Dick Horner on the first play, and Horner pile drives through the middle for 2 yards. Second down 8. Bob Waterfield calls signals. Waterfield goes back. Waterfield throws downfield to Tom Fears, incomplete. Incompleted forward pass, backfield and motion penalty against the Rams was declined by the Browns. And that's Waterfield back to throw. Waterfield throws a long one downfield, but it's out of bounds. Meant for Vitamin T. Smith. Now it's fourth down. Waterfield goes back in punt formation from his own 8-yard line. Gets the kick away, and the ball sails out of bounds on the Cleveland 46. Browns ball, first and 10 at that point. Rams lead 7-3. Second quarter. Graham calling signals. Graham goes back to... Graham looks. He throws, and Max Speedy makes a tremendous catch for a 14-yard gain in the first down on the Ram 40. Now watch this play as Graham goes back to pass. He looks to his right, passes to his left on the screen to Motley, and Motley begins to roll behind fine blocking for 23 yards and a first down to the Los Angeles 17-yard line. Watch this next play. Otto Graham calling signals. Graham moves out from behind the center. Doesn't even fake. He's following Carpenter. Carpenter throws a key block. Graham throws a fine pass. Jeff Jones is moving for the ball, catches on the 3, and rambles into the end zone for the tally. And the Browns go out in front for the first time in the ball game, 9-7. Tom James will hold. Lou the Toe Groza will try for the extra point. There's a snap from center. The ball's on the ground. The kick's in the air. Cleveland goes out in front, 10-7. Browns leading 10-7. Late in the second quarter. Groza kicks off. It's a towering end-over-ender. Far downfield and out of the end zone. Automatic touchback. Comes out to the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Rams. Bob Waterfield goes back to pass. He looks for Elroy Hirsch. It's a long, whirling ball out of bounds. Intercepted out of bounds, but no play. 2nd down. Waterfield goes back to throw again. It's a screen pass to Dan Towler, and Towler drops the ball. Incomplete. 3rd and 10. Bob goes back to throw. He looks for Glenn Davis of West Point. Davis takes it for 11 yards. Woodley Lewis knocks Davis out of bounds on the Cleveland, on the Ram 31. Waterfield goes back to pass to Hirsch. Hirsch makes a great catch. A play good for 15 yards and a 1st down on the 46. With a minute and 40 seconds remaining, Waterfield passes incomplete to Davis. Glenn couldn't quite catch up to the ball. Now Smith carrying the ball, loses 2 yards, attempting to sweep left end. Vitamin T, number 77. 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining in the first half. 10-7 the score. The Browns lead. Waterfield goes back to pass. He looks, he hits Hirsch for yards and a 1st down on the Cleveland 39. And it begins to look as if the Rams have an excellent chance to go back into the lead or tie up the ball game before the first half ends. Waterfield goes back with a minute and 10 seconds left in the half. He fires to Fears for 18 yards to put the ball on the Cleveland 21. 1st down for the Rams on the Brown 21-yard line. 58 seconds left to play in the first half. Bob Waterfield directing his team masterfully down the field, calls the plays, goes back to pass. He looks, he passes in the flat to Glenn Davis, who smeared for a 2-yard loss by Tony Adamley, the captain of the Cleveland Browns. 9:35 seconds left. Waterfield goes back to throw. He's a long one to the goal, intended for Fears, but Tom James intercepts for Cleveland on the 1-yard line and falls to the 2. And there's the gun ending the halftime activities at the Coliseum in Los Angeles. Very colorful spectacle, lots of excitement, much pageantry, plenty of thrills. Here come the Cleveland Browns out of the dugout, out of the runway, from the dressing room with Paul Brown right behind him. Here are the Los Angeles Rams trotting across, preparatory to the start of the 3rd period. Lou Groza kicks off for Cleveland. The fine kick downfield taken by Jerry Williams on his own 5. He swings out to the 10, cuts to the 15, the 20. He moves to the 24, and he's finally dropped after a nice return at the 26. Waterfield calling signals, whirls all the way around and hands to Glenn Davis, who runs over center 4 yards. Waterfield behind the line, whirling around and then pitching out to Deacon Dan Towler. Towler swings right in for 3. The Rams determined to get back into the lead in this football game, and Waterfield gives the ball to Towler again, and the powerhouse cuts inside for 5 yards and a 1st down at the 38. Waterfield moves up to the line of scrimmage quietly and quickly, gives the ball to Vitamin T. Smith. Watch this tackle by Hal Herring. Herring really smacks in and then in for a 3-yard loss. Waterfield gives to Glenn Davis, who finds a hole through center, good for 5 yards to the 40. Waterfield mixing up his plays well. Now is looking downfield, trying to spot number 40. He looks, he hits Elroy Hirsch for 14 yards and a 1st down on the Cleveland 46. Waterfield again mixing the plays, gives the ball to Towler, who picks up 4 yards, fumbles, and Hal Herring recovers for Cleveland on the Browns 41. Browns ball, 1st and 10 to go. Browns leading 10-7. Otto Graham calls signals. Number 60, Graham, goes back. He throws. The pass is low, incomplete. Now for one of the most interesting plays and one of the biggest thrills of the football game. Otto Graham calling signals. The Rams on defense. The Browns on offense. Graham steps back to pass. But the Rams, Larry Blake roars in from left end. Hits Otto. The ball pops out of his hands. It's picked up by Robustelli. He fumbles, picks it up in the bounce. And Robustelli moves all the way down to the Cleveland goal before he is dropped. Fumbles and recovers and is finally halted on the Browns' 2-yard line. First and goal to go. Brink and Robustelli collaborating to give the Rams their chance to go back into the lead. That's Towler with his headgear off. And now it's first down on the 2. On the first play, Waterfield gives the ball to Dan Towler, and Towler smacks into the middle of the line for 1 yard. Second down, a yard to go for a touchdown. Waterfield, number 7, the quarterback, calls his team back into the huddle. They come up to the line of scrimmage on second down. The ball is given to Towler again. Towler hits the middle of the line and is ruled dead at the 6-inch line. So it's third down, 6 inches to go for a touchdown. The score 10-7, the Browns leading. Once more, Bob Waterfield calls the plays in the huddle. The Rams trying desperately to dethrone the Browns of Mickey McBride. Danny Reeves' Rams team. That's Field giving the ball again to Towler. And Towler rushes into the end zone for the touchdown. Rams 13, Browns 10. Ben Davis will hold the ball for the try for the extra point. Rams finally go back into the lead. Davis kneeling on the 10. There's the snap from center. The ball's on the ground. Waterfield adds the extra point. Los Angeles 14, Cleveland 10. Woodley Lewis kicks off for the Rams. It's a fine kick. A high end-over-ender downfield. Taken by Ken Carpenter in the end zone, who gallops out and moves downfield to the Cleveland 27 before being grounded. Nice return by Ken Carpenter. First and 10 pounds on the Brown 27-yard line. The Rams lead 14-10 in the third quarter. Otto Graham calling signals. Ball is given to Motley. Motley struggles, fights, battles, twists, and moves for 4 yards before he is dropped. Ball's in the 32-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. Otto Graham calling signals. Graham goes back to throw. He looks to his right. Starts to run, and then passes off to Dub Jones, who makes a great catch for a 26-yard gain and a first down at the Los Angeles 43. Jones gets up, tries to break away again, but is finally brought down. With Los Angeles in the 7-4 defense, Graham gives the ball to Marion Motley, who hits the middle, picking up 1 yard. Browns trying with all their strength and ability to get back in first place, get back on top in the score. Graham's pass to Ken Carpenter is dropped, incomplete. Graham again going back to throw. Motley trying to block, misses the man. Graham throws a long one intended for Lavelli, but the Rams, Jerry Williams intercepts and returns to the Los Angeles 33. A fine interception by number 33, Jerry Williams, and he fell on his own 33. Towler takes the pass behind the line from Waterfield and loses 1 yard at right guard. The Rams are out in front, 14-10. Bob Waterfield calls his team in a huddle. Now they're out of it, up the line of scrimmage. Waterfield goes back to pass. His pass intended for Smith falls incomplete at the 40-yard line. Third down 11. Waterfield going back to pass. He is rushed. His pass to Smith is incomplete, almost intercepted by Woodley Lewis. Bob Waterfield on fourth down goes back in punt formation. Waterfield gets the pass in center. He lifts it high into the air. Carpenter takes it on the 17, comes out to the 18, changes direction quickly to the 20, moves out to the 23, where he's hit hard there, but there's a clipping penalty called against Browns, and it takes the ball all the way back to the Browns' 8-yard line. Where it's the Browns' ball, first and 10 to go, trailing 14-10. Dub Jones fumbles a pitch out, picks it up in the first bounce, and picks up 3 yards, going around right end, out of bounds on the 11-yard line. Graham calling signals. The Rams leading in the third quarter. Otto may throw here. He is. He's going back to pass. He throws it, but an offside penalty against Los Angeles puts the ball in the Cleveland 16. Rams 14, Browns 10. Graham again's going to throw here. He wants to get back in the lead if he can. He passes to the sidelines, out of bounds for a first down in the Cleveland 30. Nice catch by Jones on that play. Graham again going back. Arches a long one downfield. Ken Carpenter's under it, trying to grab it. This will be a touchdown, but it just misses. Incomplete. Graham now going back. This time he throws a short pass in the left flat. This one falls incomplete, almost intercepted by the Rams' Herbie Rich. 14-10, the Rams lead. Graham again goes back to pass. This time it's another low one. Speedy dives for the ball to make it complete for 10 yards and a first down on the Browns' 40. Nice catch by Max Speedy. Balanced line, T formation. Graham coming up to the line of scrimmage. 14-10, the Rams lead. Watch this play. Graham gives it to Marion Motley. Watch him jump over the line. Motley moves for 11 yards and another first down on the Los Angeles 49. Here from Miller. Reach deep in their bag of tricks for this play. Graham has it set up beautifully. Goes back to throw. Passes. Max Speedy takes it all by himself and romps into the end zone. But there's a holding penalty against Cleveland. The touchdown is nullified. The play is called back. There's the discussion. There's the signal of the holding penalty. Graham is very depressed. Goes over and talks to Rex Baumgartner, number 90. Pats his headgear. They've lost the touchdown. Ball goes all the way back to the Cleveland 25-yard line. Graham calling signals. Graham goes back. Andy Robustelli is breaking in. He looked, he jumped, and he has Graham for an 11-yard loss. Larry Brink helped make the tackle. The ball is now in the Cleveland 14. Rams lead 14-10 late in the third quarter. Otto Graham behind the line, fakes, passing to Dante Lavelli. The Rams' Jerry Williams bats the ball out of the receiver's hand. Incomplete. 14-10, the Rams leading in the third quarter. Otto Graham calls the plays. He gives it to a great halfback, Dub Jones, losing 1 yard, trying to circle left end. Bob Boyd makes the fine tackle for Los Angeles. So on fourth down, the Browns will be forced to punt. Horace Gillum steps back in punt formation. Standing in his own end zone, Gillum punts out. It's another high, whirling kick. Tom Kalminer signals for a fair catch on the Cleveland 49. And here's why. Look at Mr. Gibran standing right there, looking him face to face. Now Van Brocklin comes in at quarterback for the Rams. Number 25, Van Brocklin goes back to pass. He throws to Elroy Hirsch. Hirsch has a chance down the sidelines, but he drops the ball. Incomplete. Hirsch bats his headgear in his excitement. Van Brocklin goes back to pass. Gets away a fine pass. A great catch is made by Tom Fears. Watch this great play by Fears. He gets up at the 8. He gets up at the 5. He moves to the 4, the 2, to the 1 yard line before he is finally brought down. A wonderful play by number 55, Tom Fears. Rams ball first down, a yard away from a touchdown. Dan Towler loses yardage, trying to smack over for the score. And now it's second down with about 2 to go for a touchdown. Out of the huddle they come. Van Brocklin calling signals. Towler hits the same place and loses 2 yards to put the ball back on the Cleveland 4. 25 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Dick Horner is held on this play for no gain at center. And there's the end of the third quarter with the Rams out in front by a score of 14-10. Down the first play of the final quarter, the Rams line up for a field goal attempt with Davis Holding and Waterfield standing in the kicking position. The ball is snapped to Glenn Davis. Davis jumps up, attempts a fake field goal, tries to swing around for the touchdown, but is nailed in the Cleveland 18 by Herring and Palmer. Ball goes over to Cleveland, first down, 10 on their own 18-yard line. Otto Graham calls the plays, wipes off his trousers. Looks, moves back, into position to throw. Pitches out to Dub Jones for a 5-yard gain to the 23-yard line. Number 86, Dub Jones. Otto Graham looks into the camera, calls his plays. Is rushed by Don Paul, and his pass falls incomplete, out of bounds, intended for Lavelli. Graham again calls the signals, and Graham is passing now on almost every play. Graham's third down pass is in the air. It's intercepted by the Rams' Marvin Johnson on the Cleveland 36, and Johnson returns all the way to the 1-yard line before being knocked out of bounds. A real thriller from Miller. Score 14-10, Los Angeles. And for the second time, a chance. This time, they expect to come through. The Browns have been tremendous on defense. And Brockton calls signals. Gives the ball to Dick Horner, number 31. He's smacked at left tackle for a gain of a half yard. Second down, a half a yard to go for a touchdown. Going back into the huddle, out of it up to the line of scrimmage, balanced line, T formation. Van Brockton again gives it to Horner, and he's stopped in the same place for no gain. Third down, a half a yard to go for a touchdown. And Brockton takes his team back, comes up to the line of scrimmage, attempts a quarterback sneak, but the Rams are penalized for backfield in motion, and the ball goes out to the Cleveland 5.5. So now, and Brockton, on third down, will have to call another play. 5-yard penalty will be stepped off. Then Brockton steps back to throw, throws in the flat to Glenn Davis for a yard loss. And now the Rams purposely take a 5-yard penalty for taking too much time in order to better the position for a field goal attempt. With Glenn Davis holding, Waterfield splits the uprights with a successful field goal from the Cleveland 17, score Rams 17, Browns 10. Fourth quarter. Congratulations to Bert Bell, the commissioner of the National Football League, and to Fred Miller. Woodley Lewis kicks off for Los Angeles. It's taken by Ken Carpenter in the end zone. And Carpenter wheels his way across the chalk marks all the way out to his own 30-yard line. First and 10 now for the Browns on their own 30. The Rams lead 17-10. Otto Graham goes back to pass. He looks for Max Speedy, one of his favorite targets. He hits him, and Max Speedy goes out of bounds after a nice catch. A 19-yard gain and a first down on the Cleveland 49. Rams leading 17-10, fourth quarter. Otto Graham, number 60, goes back to throw. His pass is meant for Dub Jones. Jones looks very disconsolate as he gets up. Second down. Graham again goes back pass. Looks downfield. Throws to Jones. Again, it's wide of the mark and incomplete. Third down. Graham calling signals. Incompleted passes, stop the clock. Graham starts to his right. Can't find any receivers in the clear. Whirls around quickly and starts galloping around his own left end. Gets a few key blocks and moves downfield for a 32-yard run to make it first down, Cleveland on the Los Angeles 18. A brilliant play by Otto Graham. Graham steps back in after getting his breath, calling signals. And the T gives the ball to Ken Carpenter, who goes around right end for a 5-yard gain. Carpenter, number 84, hangs on to the ball. Graham calling signals. Ball's on the 13-yard line of Los Angeles. Rams in the 7-4 defense. Graham moves down to the 11-yard line on the delayed quarterback sneak. Third down and 3. Number 60, Otto Graham calls the plays. Gives it to one of his favorite ball players, Dub Jones, who finds a hole through left guard to pick up 6 yards and a first down on the Ram 5-yard line. The Browns are very close to tying up the football game, and if they go into overtime, they have sudden death. Graham again, this time on a pitch out, and that's Dub Jones circling right end all the way down to the 1-yard line. Jones almost went into the end zone for the touchdown that time. 1 yard away from a touchdown on second down. The Browns ball as they come out of the huddle. Otto Graham calling signals. Otto Graham, number 60, tries a delayed quarterback sneak and loses a yard as the hole fails to open. And now it's third down 2. Winkler stopped him there. Third down 2 to go. 2 yards from a touchdown. Graham calling signals. The whole crowd standing. The ball is given to Ken Carpenter. He scores! And now the score is 17-16. The Rams lead. Now for the all-important extra point. Lou Groza, who won the championship last year with a field goal, will try and tie it up. Tom James is kneeling. There's the snap from center. The ball is on the ground. There's Groza's kick. The ball is up and over, and the score is tied at 17 all. 17-17 in the last quarter. Couldn't be any closer. Lou Groza kicking off for Cleveland. Kicks it completely out of the end zone to make it the Rams' ball, first and 10 in their own 20. Davis swings wide around right end, picking up 2 yards before being toppled out of bounds. Second down, 8 to go on the 22. Browns line moving, Rams line moving. Van Brockton passes incomplete for the 5-yard penalty for offside against Cleveland, puts the ball in the Rams' 28. Now, the play of the day, and possibly the play of the year in postgraduate football. Norman Van Brockton goes back, arches a long, fine, high, spiraling pass far downfield. Tom Fears makes a great catch on the dead run and goes all the way to score for Los Angeles. A 72-yard touchdown play. Rams 23, Browns 17. Play, everyone excited there. Joe Sidehar being patted on the back. Players are now patting Tom Fears on the back as he comes over. Tom whirls around to watch the extra point after shaking hands. Waterfield's try for the extra point, waiting for the snap. The ball's on the ground. The kick is through the uprights. Los Angeles 24, Cleveland 17. Cleveland was offside. L.A. declines the penalty, takes the point. They're leading by 7 points as Woodley Lewis kicks off for the Rams. Ken Carpenter takes it over his shoulder on the 2-yard line and returns to the 28-yard line on another fine return. First and 10 on their own 28. Otto Graham calling signals. Otto Graham goes back to pass. Moves towards the sidelines at the 20. He's a pass, but it's intercepted by Don Paul of the Rams on the Cleveland 40 and returned all the way back to the 14. And the Rams fans go wild with joy. A real thriller from Miller. The ball is given to Vitamin Smith, who picks up 1 yard at left end. Vitamin P played top flight ball. Van Brockton, number 25, calling signals. Van Brockton fakes behind the line to Davis, goes back to pass. He looks for Elroy, Crazy Legs, Hirsch on the goal line. It's broken up. Tom James broke it up, stopped the touchdown. Third down. Van Brockton calls the play. Gives the ball to Dan Toller. Toller loses 3 yards, attempting to cut laterally to... Bob Waterfield comes in to attempt the field goal from the Cleveland 23. The Browns, Bill Willis rushes in to block the kick, and the ball rolls out of bounds on the Cleveland 38. Score 24-17 Rams. Browns ball, first and 10 on their own 38. Otto Graham throws a long floating pass intended for Lavelli. It falls incomplete, almost intercepted. Graham goes back to throw. Pass is complete to Ken Carpenter, 12 yards and a first down at the midfield stripe. Now the hopes and dreams of all these players are resting in the next few minutes play. Graham goes back to pass. And he is hit, losing 3 yards while attempting to run right end. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Graham goes back to throw. His second down pass is short, incomplete, stopping the clock. Graham steps up to the line of scrimmage, handling his team, goes back to throw, looks for Ken Carpenter, passes complete to Carpenter to put the ball on the Los Angeles 43-yard line. It's 4th down, 1 yard to go for a first down, and this is the key play of the whole game for Cleveland now. Dub Jones gets the call. He's sweeping wide, and he's thrown for a 1 yard loss by Norb Hecker, but attempting to pick up the first down, and the Rams take over on downs. And there goes the last glimmering hope of the world champion Cleveland Browns. Behind the line with 2.5 minutes of playing time remaining, V.T. Smith runs around left end for 8 yards to put the ball on the 48. Out of bounds, stops the clock, of course. Norman Van Brocklin on a quarterback sneak picks up 3 more yards. Now, with 2 minutes remaining, Glenn Davis loses 2 yards at right tackle. One minute and 45 seconds left. Davis swings wide to the right to eat up the clock and is thrown for a yard loss. Long, wide play by Glenn Davis, formerly of West Point. 3rd down and 13. Van Brocklin, number 25, goes back to pass. Throws to Tom for a 7-yard gain. Spears clutches the ball with all the strength, 41-yard line. Seconds remaining to play. A 5-yard penalty for take time. Puts the Rams back in the 46. The field now in at quarterback. Goes back in formation. Waterfield gets the pass in center. And lifts it into the end zone. With 15 seconds of playing time remaining, it's Cleveland 1st and 10 on the 20. Now they're going to pull all the tricks out of the bag. Graham calls the signals. Graham comes up to the line of scrimmage, still confident. Still in charge as he goes back to pass. He throws to McSpeedy, who laterals to Carpenter on the 28, and Carpenter sprints for 10 more, then runs out of bounds to stop with only 6 seconds left in the game. Time for possibly one more play, 6 seconds remaining on the scoreboard clock. Graham calls the play, the fatal play, the last play of the game, the last play of the season. There's a lateral pass out to Ken Carpenter. Carpenter runs to his right and throws a forward pass down to Lavelli, but it's incomplete. And there's the gun, ending the ball game and making the Los Angeles Rams the world champions of 1951. Final score, the Los Angeles Rams 24, Ground 17. You've seen the making of a new Major League Football champion, the Los Angeles Rams, Cleveland Browns, American Conference leaders. What a game, and what a day for the Los Angeles Rams. Jubilantly, they hoist their 275-pound mentor, Joe Stark, and to you, Paul Brown, 2 great fellows behind 2 great teams. Now, this is Harry Wismer offering a toast, a Miller High Life toast to the Los Angeles Rams, world football champions of 1951. Wismer, bringing you the 1952 Professional Football Championship of the World in Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, where bright sunny skies and chill temperatures offer ideal football weather as the Detroit Lions take to the gridiron against the Cleveland Browns. Among the 50,000 present were Wellington Mayor of the New York Giants, Art Rooney, owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and probably the only impartial rooter in the crowd, Mr. Bert Bell, Commissioner of the National Football League. In direct contrast to the fray to follow, both spectators and players stand at attention for the national anthem. Detroit's co-captains Bob Hornschmeyer and John Tricklick win the toss from Cleveland's Tommy Thompson, and the Lions elect to receive. Lou Broza comes forward and slams the opening kickoff high and deep into Detroit territory. Yale Larry takes it right on the goal line and comes back up the middle of the field for 20 yards. Detroit halfback Bob Hornschmeyer on a cross buck goes over his left guard for a 5-yard pickup. On 4th down, though, the Lions are well short of a first down, so Bob Smith drops back in punt formation. Smith's high spiral is pulled in by Ray Renfro on the Cleveland 30, and Renfro returns 10 to the Browns' 40-yard strike. Ray Renfro on the Browns' first play from scrimmage takes a pitch out and rips around right end for a first down on the Lions' 48. On a delayed buck, fullback Harry Giacchetti rambles through the middle for 8 more yards. A penalty pushes the Browns back to the Detroit 45, but not for long, for Harry Giacchetti puts on a devastating display of running power as he tears into and bowls over several Lion tacklers while going 19 yards. That's just shy of a first down on the Detroit 26. Then on third down, quarterback Graham gives the ball to Giacchetti again on a straight power play. That's good for the first down on the Lions 21. 2 plays later, Otto Graham, while attempting to throw one, is snowed under for a 10-yard loss back on the 28-yard line. 3rd and 17 for the Browns. It's Giacchetti carrying again on a trap play that goes for 7 yards. 4th down and 10 yards to go for Cleveland. And they're going to try for a field goal. Lou Groza will kick from the 29-yard line. Groza kick, but it's wide to the left, and the Lions take over. Quarterback Bobby Lane feeds off to Hunchy Hornsmeyer, who darts into the Cleveland secondary for 12 yards and a first down. Bobby Lane fakes the pass, finds no one open, but sees clear sailing on the ground and tears through the center for 19 yards and across the midfield stripe. Lane drops back to throw, and this time spots and hits Doak Walker for an 8-yard gain. On first down, 2 big Cleveland tackles, Bob Gain and Gerald Palmer, storm in to smother Bobby Lane for an 8-yard loss. On the following play, Lane makes up that loss and more with a 16-yard heave to big Leon Hart, who's dragged down in the Cleveland 32. The 4th down finds the Lions locking a yard for the first down, so Pat Harter futilely attempts a 37-yard field goal, and the ball goes over to the Browns on their own 20. On a play that's almost broken up with the Lions' right end, Jim Doran, Cleveland's Ken Carpenter takes a deep pitch out and swings wide for a 5-yard gain. Graham fakes a pitch out and gives off to Giacchetti, who cracks the Lions line for a first down in the Cleveland 31. After 3 plays, the Browns find themselves pushed back to their 29 and are forced to punt. Or Gillum gets off a kick that covers only 21 yards and goes out of bounds at midfield. On that point, the Lions go right to work as Lane fires to Cloyce Fox for a first down in the Cleveland 40. Bobby Lane displays his extreme versatility as he spins away from on-rushing linemen and sprints for another first down on the Brown 27-yard line. That ends the first period with no score in the game. To begin the second quarter, fullback Pat Harter on a trap play blasts through the Browns for 10 big yards. The Lions let loose with some razzle-dazzle football as Lane laterals back to Doak Walker, who passes into the end zone. It's intended for Cloyce Fox, just misses. On third down, Bobby Lane comes back into the picture with a perfect Bill Zwiacki. It makes it goal to go for the Lions on the Cleveland 3-yard line. Penalty cost the Motor City men 5 yards, but Doak Walker makes that up as he skirts his right flank and goes right back to the 3-yard line. On the following play, Bobby Lane on the quarterback sneak pushes his way across standing up, and the Lions leap in front 6-0 over the Browns. On the try for the extra point, Pat Harter's kick sails through, and Detroit leads Cleveland 7-0 in this championship battle. Detroit kicks off with Pat Harter sending the ball down to the Cleveland 10, where big Marion Motley pulls it in, and Motley makes a nice return, 30 yards in all, before the Lions trip him up. In 2 plays, the Browns lose 5 yards, and on third down, the Lions toss Otto Graham for another 5-yard deficit, making it 4th and 10 for Cleveland. Horace Gillum, standing well back, receives a poor pass from center, but grabs it, and from his own 10-yard line, Gillum gets away a tremendous kick that finally rolls dead on the Detroit 12-yard line. Strong defensive play by the Browns' right end, Len Ford, number 80, bottles up the Detroit offense as Doak Walker on third down is thrown for a 2-yard loss. 4th and 2 for the Lions in their own 20, whereupon Bob Smith drops back and sends the ball spiraling upfield. Ray Renfro takes it and is dropped on the Cleveland 44 after a short return. In slow motion, the Browns' Otto Graham drops back, then lobs a short screen pass to his fullback, Marion Motley, who shakes off one Lion, but is run out of bounds after gaining 5 yards. Big Marion Motley again does the leg work, this time on a delayed buck that's good for a first down on the Detroit 43. Here's that same play, but in slow motion. Watch the Lions' 2 guards get trapped as Motley bangs through the line for 10 yards. Motley on another quick thrust in the Detroit forward wall picks up 6 additional yards. Watch closely, and you'll see Detroit's guard, Les Bingaman, number 65, leap and deflect Graham's short pass, just enough to throw Ken Carpenter, the intended receiver, off stride as the ball falls incomplete. On third down, Graham again on that short flat pass. Connects to Ray Renfro, but Renfro's path is blocked, and he slips to the turf while attempting to cut back on the Detroit 39. Faced with a 4th and 9 situation, the Browns elect to go for a field goal. Lou Groza kicks from the 44-yard line, but it's low and off to the left. So the Lions are given possession on their own 20-yard line. At second down, Pat Harder cracks over his right tackle for 7 yards. But on 4th down, the Lions are 2 yards short of the first down and forced to kick. Bob Smith gets it away. Ken Carpenter gathers it in and does a lot of dodging, but gets nowhere fast and is stopped right at the Cleveland 34. Now in slow motion, Otto Graham fades the pass. He throws. Ray Renfro makes the grab. Watch Renfro's change of pace as he drops back and gets away from a Detroit defender as he goes 18 yards for a first down on the Lions' 47. One of the Browns' best weapons in this game has been their short screen pass. And here it is again with Graham flipping to Motley, who makes his way down to the Detroit 39. There's that screen pass again. Note how Graham waits for the lineman to get by Motley before he throws. Motley wheels and goes to the Lions' 33. Here, the strong Detroit defensive alignment braces. So Lou Groza is pulled out of the line for his 3rd field goal attempt of the game. But again, his effort fails. Time runs out, and the first half ends with the Detroit Lions holding on to the 7-0 lead over the Cleveland Browns. Second half gets underway as Detroit's Pat Harder kicks off. Rick Baumgartner takes it on the 15 and brings it out to the Cleveland 34-yard line. With Otto Graham on the firing line, moved through the air for 7 yards with a pass to Ray Renfro. Harry Giacchetti on a quick opening play goes 18 yards on a bone-rattling run to the Lions' 40. A 15-yard penalty deters the Clevelanders, but only momentarily, as Jaron Harry Giacchetti rambles into and over the Lions for 30 hard yards and a first down on the Detroit 25. Let's look at that run again in slow motion. Giacchetti delays for a second, then takes the handoff from Graham. He thunders through the Lions' secondary, knocking over everyone in his wake, including some of his interference, before the Detroit defenders gang up on him and drag him down as the Browns threaten. on this play, the soaring Cleveland hopes for a touchdown come crashing down as Otto Graham's pass sails off Ray Renfro's fingertips and into the arms of the Lions' Jim David, who's nailed on the Detroit 19. Here's that important interception again in slow motion. Renfro is wide on the flanker to the right. He goes down 10 yards and button hooks. Graham's hard pass is too hot to handle. Bounces away from Renfro, and the alert Jim David grabs it to cut short this Cleveland threat. Detroit's Bobby Lane on second down keeps the ball in an option play and makes his way for 4 yards to the Lion 25. Lane runs that same option play to the other side and gets 4 more, but he's stopped inches short of a first down. Fourth and less than a yard for Detroit. But they'll have to kick to protect their 7-0 lead. Bob Smith swings his foot into the ball and sends it on its way. Ray Renfro gathers it in and returns 5 yards to the Browns' 33. Second down spot pass, Otto Graham to Ken Carpenter is good for an 8-yard advance for Cleveland. Third and 2 for the Browns. Giacchetti hits the line, but is stopped cold, so Cleveland will have to kick. Browns line up in punt formation. Horace Gillespie gets away another beauty. Jack Christensen gets under and grabs it on the 11, and Christensen weaves his way back to the Detroit 30, where the punter, Horace Gillespie, is the man who slows him down and stops him. First and 10 for Detroit on their own 30. Pat Harder takes a handoff from Lane and gets around his left end for a short gain. On second down, Lane takes a handoff to Harder, gives the ball to Doak Walker, who streaks into the Cleveland secondary. At the 50, Walker is on the loose, and behind some fine downfield blocking, the former Flash from SMU tears 67 yards for Detroit's second score of the day. Here's Walker's sensational scoring scamper in slow motion. Notice how Harder carries out his fake. Fancy footwork shapes the redoubtable Doker into the clear at midfield. Watch Walker maneuver behind his teammate Cloyce Fox, who fends off the Browns' Warren Lahr as Walker completes his 67-yard scoring effort. Walker was hampered throughout the season with injuries, scores his first touchdown of the year, and what a touchdown! Once more, Pat Harder comes through on the conversion, and the Lions' lead is up to 14-0 over the Browns. Detroit kicks off. Pat Harder sends the ball down to the Cleveland 10, where Marion Motley takes it and returns 23 yards to the Browns' 33. Trailing by 14 points. The Browns know they've got a rough row to hoe to get back in the game, but they don't say die as Graham flips for 9 yards to Dante Lavelli. A penalty cost Cleveland 15 yards. Then Otto Graham fades back to throw, finds Darrell Brewster open, and heaves. Brewster snares it and is bounced out of bounds after picking up 20 yards. Another Graham aerial is laid on the line as Horace Gillespie snatches the pigskin for a 5-yard advance. Slow motion camera catches Cleveland's aerial artistry in action as Otto the Arm Graham fires the bullseye to Dante Lavelli that gives the Browns a first down on the Detroit 32. Graham foxes the line defense by taking a pass and darting through the Detroit secondary for 12 yards and another first down on the 20-yard strike. The Browns' goalward crusade continues as Otto Graham crosses into the right flat to Ray Renfro for 8 valuable yards. From a spread formation, Otto Graham moves back to pass again, but can find no one open. That's all he can do to get back to the line of scrimmage before being thrown out of bounds. Ken Carpenter on a power play bends the Detroit line for 5 yards. That gives the Browns a first down on the Lions' 7. On the following play, Graham pitches out to rugged Harry Giacchetti, who starts wide, then cuts back sharply and spins and fights his way into the end zone for Cleveland's first score of the game. Look at that Browns touchdown again in slow motion. Watch for the sharp cutback by Giacchetti and see how the defensive left end is ridden out of the play, after which Giacchetti is on his own as he twists and batters his way across for a Cleveland counter. On the conversion attempt, Lou Groza's placement splits the upright, and the Browns bound back into contention, trailing now by just 1 touchdown at 14-7. On the kickoff, Lou Groza comes forward and sends the pigskin winging high and far down to the Detroit goal line, where Yale Larry takes it, swings for the far sideline, and is stacked up just short of the 20-yard line. On first down, Doak Walker on the same play on which he scored. Breaks loose for 16 yards before the Browns collar him on the Lions' 34. It's 2nd and 8 for the Lions on their 36. Lane on an option play is dropped for a loss of 3 yards. Going for the first down, Lane takes to the air and hits Pat Harder for a 7-yard advance. But it's not enough for a first down. Time runs out, and the third period ends with the Detroit Lions leading the Cleveland Browns 14-7. The Lions open the fourth quarter with Bob Smith punting from his own 30-yard line. Ray Renfro takes it and tries to get away from the onrushing Lions, but meets with no success as he is snowed under on the 17-yard line. 7 points down, the Browns begin an aerial offensive designed to make up that deficit. Graham passes complete to Rex Baumgartner for 15 yards to the Cleveland 32. There's Graham back to throw another, and it hits the mark as Dante Lavelli takes it on the 40-yard line. Once more, the Graham to Lavelli combination clicks for a short gain that puts the ball in the Browns' 46. On the next play, Graham delays as if to pass, then skips through the middle and into line land for 8 yards and a first down on the Detroit 46. On first down, Graham spins around and tosses a deep pitch out to Marion Motley, who swings wide, then cuts upfield, then breaks for the sideline, going 41 yards before being driven out of bounds on the Lions' 5, where it will be goal to go for Cleveland. Let's take another look at that great run by Motley in slow motion. Motley takes the pitch out, and with the aid of 2 good blocks, he cuts upfield and into the Detroit secondary. At the 30, he heads for the sideline with 3 Lions in hot pursuit. One dives and misses at the 10, but fleet defensive demon Dom Dahl saves the day for Detroit by dropping Motley on the 5-yard line. It's first down and goal to go for Cleveland from the Lions' 5. Graham pitches out to Motley, who swings wide to the right. There's no hole and very little blocking as Detroit's linebacker Laverne Torgerson races in to upend Motley on the 10-yard line for a loss of 5 yards. On second down, Otto Graham moves back to pass. He's being rushed. Can't get it away as a host of snarling Lions beat him to the turf for a 12-yard loss. Now it's 3rd and 22 yards to go for a touchdown. Graham slips while attempting to pass, recovers, and just makes his way back to the line of scrimmage. Then on fourth down, Graham fades the pass. He throws, but it's broken up as a stone-like line defense stops the Browns cold, and Detroit takes over. Detroit plays it close to the vest in order to protect their lead. Walker slices over his right tackle for a short gain. Pat Harder takes a handoff and digs straight ahead for 6 yards, but is stopped short of a first down. On 4th down with 2 yards to go, the Lions send Bob Smith back to punt. He gets it away. Ken Carpenter is under it, but the ball goes right through his arms, and Detroit's Jungle Jim Martin wraps it up to give the Lions possession on the Cleveland 24. 15-yard penalty on Detroit moves the ball back to the 39, where Bobby Lane on 3rd down lofts a short pass to Pat Harder, who sifts through the Cleveland secondary for a 10-yard pickup. That makes it 4th down and still 15 yards to go for the Lions, so they call on Pat Harder for a field goal attempt. Harder kicks from the 36, and it's dead center for a perfect three-pointer as the Lions make it 17-7 over the Browns with less than 6 minutes remaining to be played. Lions come forward as Pat Harder kicks off. Ray Renfro takes the bouncing pigskin on the 10 and brings it back out to the 28-yard line. A penalty cost Cleveland 15 yards, but they get part of it back as Motley slams through the line for 5. Then Graham drops back and lobs a short screen pass to Bumgardner that picks up 10 more yards. Here's that Cleveland screen pass in slow motion as Graham fades. Bumgardner blocks, then drifts out to the left. Graham throws over the outstretched arms of 3 linemen. Bumgardner makes the grab and tears for 10 yards. The Browns go all out for another score. Otto Graham drops back to pass. He throws. Dante Lavelli spears it, sidesteps one Lion, and romps for 33 yards before being hauled down on the Detroit 35. Let's have a look at that pass play again in slow motion. Graham spots Lavelli and heaves. The big end gathers it in, dodges away from one defender, wheels and sprints downfield for 33 yards before Detroit's Jack Christensen overhauls him on the 35-yard line. Cleveland's very effective screen pass play works once more as Graham crosses to Rex Bumgardner on a play that nets 9 yards. For a closer look at that play, here it is again in slow motion. Graham throws, Bumgardner has it, and the Browns get 9 yards for their efforts. Then Graham on a quarterback sneak picks up the yard needed for a first down plus 2 more. 1st and 10 for the Browns of the Lions 23. Graham pitches out to Motley, who tries to pass, is rushed, spins away, and scurries for 15 yards down to the Detroit 8. It's first down and goal to go again for the Browns. Graham comes back to pass. He's rushed, throws, but it's incomplete in the end zone. On 4th down, Graham runs back and to the right. Stops and throws over the middle. The ball is tipped into the air, then caught in the end zone by Darrell Brewster for what looks like a Cleveland touchdown. But hold on, the officials rule it no score, and our slow-motion camera will help show you why. The rule book states that only one eligible offensive player may touch a forward pass. If you watch closely, you'll see Cleveland's Ray Renfro leap into the air at the goal line and tip the ball before Brewster catches it. So it's no touchdown, and the Lions take over on their own 20-yard line. With very little time remaining, the Lions are content to run the clock out. Walker goes over the tackle for short yardage. With less than a minute to go, Harder hits into the line, and the seconds tick away. Then on 4th down, the Lions go into punt formation, but the gun goes off and the game ends. So the Detroit Lions climax a thrilling uphill season by defeating the Cleveland Browns 17-7. In so doing, the Lions take home to Detroit for the first time since 1935, the world's professional football championship. And there you have it, fans, the Miller High Life film report of the World Championship game. The Miller Brewing Company of Milwaukee hopes you've enjoyed this exciting action and thanks you for being with us. Now, this is Harry Wismer saying so long and reminding you that it's always a grand idea to enjoy life with Miller High Life, the champagne of bottled beer.
Televised broadcasting is brought to you by the History of Sports Network.
Miller High Life, the national champion of quality, presents the World's Championship football game. Hello, football fans. This is Earl Gillespie speaking for the Brewers of Miller High Life, the folks who bring you many a sports thrill on television and radio, and now proudly present this greatest classic in football, on film, for your pleasure, and in the best interests of clean, wholesome sports entertainment. So if you're ready, let's go with our Miller High Life camera to Briggs Stadium in Detroit. Game time is 1 o'clock. The day, Sunday, December the 27th, the year 1953. The World's Championship of Professional Football is at stake, and a capacity crowd of more than 57,000 spectators add color and excitement to this dramatic game. For the second straight year, the championship battle matches the defending world champions, the Detroit Lions, against the Cleveland Browns. By game time, Cleveland is a slight favorite, but the Lions claim they have the Indian sign on the Browns. In 5 attempts, Paul Brown, Cleveland's brilliant coach, has never been able to turn the trick against Buddy Parker's Lions. Detroit whipped the Browns in 52. Now, who'll it be in 53? Abe Gibran leads the Browns out of the gridiron. Number 65 is right guard Charlie Noll. Lou Groza, Cleveland's place-kicking specialist, will be at left tackle. At right tackle, it's number 78, Johnny Sandusky. Number 88, Darrell Brewster, will start at left end. Danny Lavelli will open at right end. At quarterback, number 14, Cleveland's brilliant passer, Otto Graham. Left halfback, Ray Renfro. Right halfback, Dub Jones. And at fullback, number 32, Harry Jagady. This season, Cleveland won 11 games and lost only 1. For the 4th year in a row, the Browns have battled their way into the playoff game, and now, more than anything else, they want to win the World's Championship. Starting for Detroit will be number 50, Charlie Ani at center, and Harley Soule at left guard. Right guard, number 63, Dick Stanfeld. Oliver Spencer, number 78, will be at right tackle. At left tackle, number 76, Lou Creekmur. The right end is number 82, Leon Hart. And at left end, number 87, Dorn Dibble. At quarterback, number 22, Bobby Lane. Left halfback, number 37, Doak Walker. Right halfback, Gene Gedman, and at fullback, Bob Hunchy Hornsmeyer. Detroit won 10 of its 12 games this season, and in playoff games, the Lions have never been defeated. Now, for the 3rd time in the 21-year history of the National Football League, Detroit goes after the World's Championship. The co-captains, Warren Lahr and Otto Graham of the Browns, and Lester Bigeman and Doak Walker of the Lions, meet at midfield with referee Ronald Gibbs. Cleveland wins the toss and elects to receive. Crisp football weather fails to chill the excitement and anxiety of the huge throng as kickoff time approaches. And here it is. Bobby Lane kicks off for Detroit. The championship game is underway. The ball is taken by Cleveland end George Young, who slips and falls on the Browns' 23-yard line. An offside penalty pushes Cleveland back to its 18, where Otto Graham pitches out to Harry Jagady, who gets around his right end for a gain of 6 yards. quarterback Otto Graham fades the pass. He's rushed, hit, and fumbles. Detroit's Lester Bigeman dives on the ball on Cleveland's 12-yard line, and the Lions get the first break of the game. Bigeman, the Lions' 295-pound defensive dynamo, who just recovered that fumble, comes out of the game. In slow motion, halfback Gene Gedman drives outside his left tackle on a crossbuck that's good for 6 yards. Hornschmeyer bangs on the line and picks up 2 more. It's the fullback, Hunchy Hornschmeyer, again carrying and smashing into the Cleveland 3-yard line. On the sidelines, the Detroit bench studies the situation with a fixed stare. That's Bobby Lane, number 22, under center. He hands off to Doak Walker, and Walker bangs into the end zone with the first score in the game. Detroit leads 6-0. And the Lion Rooters whoop it up. Here's that touchdown plunge by Doak Walker in slow motion. Watch the fine blocking of number 83, Jimmy Dorn, the left end, as Walker goes over to score for Detroit. With Bobby Lane holding, Doak Walker will attempt the extra point. There's the snap. Walker kicks, and it's good. So with the game just 4 minutes old, Detroit leads Cleveland 7-0. Later in the first quarter, the Lions are in possession again, deep in their own territory. Lane is thrown in his own 2-yard line, but the Browns are penalized 15 yards in this play for unnecessary roughness. This gives Detroit a first down on its 17-yard line. There goes Lane back to pass. He throws, and it's complete to Jimmy Dorn, who carries for a first down on the Detroit 44. It's 2nd and 10 for the Lions. Lane drops back and flips the screen pass to Hornschmeyer, but the play loses 4 yards as Bill Willis drops Hornschmeyer in his tracks. The Lions would like to hike their lead here, and Bobby Lane is doing his best as he passes complete to Clay Box. But Box is stopped short of the first down on the Cleveland 46, so Detroit will have to kick. Ye O'Leary goes back into punt formation for the Lions. He booms away a good kick. It's taken by Billy Reynolds on the 2-yard line, and Reynolds gets back to the 19 before he is bounced out of bounds. A strong Detroit defense has checked the Browns so far, but Cleveland crosses up the Lions in this trap play that springs Harry Jagady loose for 15 yards. A 15-yard penalty against Detroit brings the ball out to the Cleveland 49, where it's 1st and 10 for the Browns. Cleveland goes to the air as Otto Graham drops back and looks for a receiver. Graham fires. Darrell Brewster tips the ball, then Billy Reynolds grabs it. It looks like a great play for the Browns as Reynolds races all the way to the Detroit 16-yard line, but the pass is ruled incomplete. For in professional football, 2 eligible receivers are not allowed to touch a forward pass. So now the Browns are faced with a 4th and 10 situation on their own 49. Horace Gillum stands deep in punt formation. Gillum boots. The ball sails into Lion land, and finally comes to rest on the Detroit 6-yard line. The Lions get set to move, but Bobby Lane and Hunchy Hornschmeyer miss connections on a handoff. The ball is fumbled, and Cleveland's Len Ford recovers on the Detroit 6-yard line, giving the Browns their first scoring opportunity. The Cleveland offensive unit jumps into action to see if they can cash in on this break. On first down, Harry Jagady tries to get around his left end, but he's spilled by linebacker Vince Spinonis for a yard loss, making it 2nd down and goal to go from the 7 for the Browns. Kenny Carpenter drives into the line, but he's piled up after gaining a yard, and before another play can be run, the first quarter ends with the Detroit Lions leading the Cleveland Browns 7-0. As the second quarter is about to get underway, Cleveland coach Paul Brown uses his signal calling shuttle system as he sends guard Chuck Noll into the game with the play. And here it comes. Graham is going to pass. There it goes. It's no good. Danny Lavelli loses the ball in the end zone, and the pass falls incomplete. Here is a close-up view of that same pass play. Watch closely, and you'll see Lavelli trap the ball and not catch it. It's a tough break for the Browns, as now they have 4th down and goal to go from the Detroit 6. Cleveland, trailing 7-0, elects to go for a field goal. Lou Groza will attempt it from the 13-yard line. The ball is down. Groza kicks, and it's good. The Browns score their first points, but they still trail the Lions by a 7-3 count. Following the kickoff, the Lions attempt to get moving, but on 3rd down, Horchmeyer is dragged down 3 yards short of the first. So it'll be 4th and 3 for Detroit, and they'll be forced to punt from their own 28. Yale Larry gets away a tremendous kick. It carries to the Cleveland 6. Jim Dorn grabs it and carries it into the end zone. The officials rule this play a touchback. The ball is brought back out to the 20-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10 for the Browns. Cleveland trails 7-3, and they like to begin a scoring drive. Dub Jones starts them off as he smacks over the middle to the 28, but he's hit hard by Jack Christensen and fumbles. Detroit's Sherwin Gandy wraps himself around the ball on the Browns' 26, and the Lions are in scoring position. 2 passes by Bobby Lane fall incomplete. Now on 3rd down, Lane goes back to try another. He's rushed hard by Don Colo and Len Ford and tossed for a 12-yard loss back on the 38-yard line. It's 4th down and 22 yards to go, so the Lions call on Doak Walker for a 45-yard field goal attempt. Walker's placement falls far short of the mark and bounds into the end zone for a touchback as Detroit's scoring threat dies, much to the dismay of the Lions bench. An exchange of punts give the ball to Detroit once more. Gene Gedman hits into the middle of the line and picks up 3 yards to the Lions' 22. It's Bobby Lane moving back to throw one. Lane shoots a pass up the middle intended for Jim Dorn, but it's over his head. Cleveland's Ken Gorgel grabs it, but he's pulled down immediately by Dorn on the Cleveland 40-yard line. The Browns call on their hard-running fullback, Harry Jagady, and he answers with a 6-yard thrust through the middle. On 3rd down with 4 yards to go, the Miller High Life slow-motion camera highlights the action as Cleveland's Otto Graham fades to pass. Graham lets go a toss intended for Ken Carpenter. Carpenter leaps, but the ball goes off his fingertips and into the arms of Detroit's Jimmy David. David lights out for Cleveland territory. Watch this key block thrown by number 85, Sherwin Gandy. It helps clear the path for a beautiful 37-yard return by David, who's finally pulled down on the Cleveland 20-yard line, and once more, Detroit is threatening. Follow this play closely, for it proved to be the most disputed play of the game. Bobby Lane pitches out to Doak Walker, and Walker runs wide while looking for a receiver. With everyone covered, Walker passes back to Bobby Lane, who grabs the ball in the 19 and outruns the Browns secondary into the end zone. It looks like a touchdown, but the play was nullified because Lane, as T formation quarterback, was an ineligible receiver. The play also cost Detroit 15 yards and moves the ball back to the Cleveland 35. Lane makes up that 15-yard penalty right away with a perfect pass to Jimmy Doran. The Lions can't get beyond the Browns' 15, so on 4th down, Doak Walker lines up for a 23-yard field goal try. Walker splits the uprights with his placement. The Lions' lead is increased to a 10-3 count, and Doak Walker has accounted for all 10 of Detroit's points. Bobby Lane kicks off for Detroit. It's a short kick taken by Harry Jagady on the 20. Jagady battles back upfield for 29 yards before being clipped out of bounds just short of midfield. Time is running out in the first half. George Radaman is in at quarterback for the Browns, but the fired-up Detroit line races in and dumps Radaman for a 12-yard loss. Radaman comes back for more as again he fades the throw in. It's a screen pass that's complete to Jagady. Jagady gets good blocking as he thunders 18 yards to the Detroit 44. The clock shows very little time remaining to be played. It's 4th down and Cleveland sends Lou Groza back for a 51-yard field goal attempt. Groza's placement is wide to the right, and it's no good. Seconds later, the gun sounds, and the scoreboard reads Detroit Lions 10, Cleveland Browns 3 at the end of the first half of play in this, the World's Championship game of professional football. During the intermission, the huge crowd is entertained by colorful local Detroit high school bands. Now it's back to the game, and we pick up the play in the second half with Cleveland in possession on the Detroit 49. Otto Graham, who had a tough time of it in the first half, starts the Browns rolling with a 7-yard toss to Billy Reynolds. Reynolds carries the mail this time, and he's good for an 8-yard advance to the Detroit 32. Carpenter slams into the middle and picks up a first down on the Lions 28 as Cleveland threatens. On a quarterback sneak, Otto Graham picks up 3 more yards. It's Graham dropping back to throw. Otto finds his receivers covered, so he carries over left tackle to the 20, where he laterals to Ken Carpenter, and the play is good for 16 yards, making it goal to go for Cleveland on the Detroit 9. This Cleveland team is fired up now, and they open a gaping hole for Harry Jagady, who romps through the Detroit line and into the end zone, standing up. Cleveland trails now by just 1 point, 10-9. Lou Groza will attempt to even the score by converting. Groza's placement is letter perfect, and the championship game is deadlocked at 10-10. The Browns line up for the kickoff. Lou Groza sends the ball to the Detroit goal line, where it's taken by Jug Gerard. Gerard gets back to the 17, where Sherman Howard stops him cold with a tooth-jarring tackle. Gerard fumbles, and Darrell Brewster recovers for the Browns, but the officials ruled that the fumble took place after the whistle had blown. On the sidelines, Detroit coach Buddy Parker appears anxious but relieved over that last call. Detroit puts the ball in play on its own 17. Bob Horchmar gets free around right end and speeds 16 yards for a first down on the 33. Bobby Lane makes ready to pass. Lane throws. Place box goes down and out and takes it for a gain of 19 yards on the Lions 46. Horchmar carries on an off-tackle slant and picks up 4 yards to midfield. On a bootleg play, Bobby Lane swings around his left end and into Cleveland territory, but Lane fumbles, and the Browns' Don Colo recovers on his own 41-yard line. Cleveland Rooters yell, "We want a touchdown," and fullback Harry Jagady starts them on the touchdown trail by banging 8 yards through the middle. This time it's Doug Jones lugging the leather, and he drives through a nice hole for 17 yards and a first down on the Detroit 23. Harry Jagady, Cleveland's most devastating ground gainer, digs for 13 more yards as the Browns bid to break the 10-10 stalemate. Once more, Graham gives the ball to Jagady, and he fights his way to the Detroit 7-yard line. There, the third quarter ends with a score still tied at 10-10. Otto Graham opens the final period by passing into the left flat, but his toss is dropped by Ray Renfro on the 3-yard line. On third down, Graham tries a quarterback sneak, but Laverne Torgerson breaks through and drops Graham at the line of scrimmage. This makes it 4th down and goal to go from the 6 for Cleveland. As the Browns huddle, Detroit assistant coach George Wilson gives instructions to his quarterback Bobby Lane. Then Lane and Wilson stand as the Browns line up for a field goal attempt that, if it's good, will put Cleveland in front. Lou Groza boots, and it is good. Cleveland leads for the first time in the game, 13-10. Lou Groza kicks off to Detroit. The ball is taken 2 yards deep in the end zone by Doak Walker. Walker slips, falls, gets up, but is smothered by the onrushing Browns on the Lions' 5-yard line. Now fans watch closely as our Miller highlight camera picks up one of the most exciting action shots of the game. Lane passes into the left flat where Doak Walker makes the grab. Walker carries for 10 yards before he's stacked up on his 16-yard line. This time, Lane hands off to Gene Gedman, who comes outside his left tackle and a cross buck the net 6 yards. Now it's Lane keeping the ball himself in an option play and getting 6 more yards. That's Bob Hornsmeyer carrying on this play and driving into the Cleveland line for another 6-yard advance. The Cleveland defense bunches to stop the Lions' running attack, so Lane crosses the Browns up by passing 22 yards to Dorn Dibble. Detroit removes all stoppers as Lane opens up the attack with a reverse to Gene Gedman. Gedman carries around left end for 6 yards, and then laterals to Doak Walker, who adds 3 more for a first down on the Browns' 30. In 3 downs, the stubborn Cleveland defense yields only 4 yards. So Doak Walker will attempt a 33-yard field goal. The kick has distance, but it's off to the right. It's a touchback, and the ball goes over to Cleveland. The Browns' battering ram, Harry Jagady, pulls his way through the Lions' line for 6 yards. Cleveland leads by 3 points, but they like some insurance, and Harry Jagady carries them 30 yards closer to touchdown territory as he romps for a first down on the Detroit 39. Cleveland coach Paul Brown, still using his shuttle system, sends guard Chuck Knoll into the game with a play. It's another trap play with Jagady carrying again and picking up 6 additional yards. On the sideline, the Lions' Bobby Lane keeps his passing arm warm, for with Detroit trailing, time becomes the all-important factor. Cleveland is stopped cold at the Detroit 35, where Groza ties a playoff game record by attempting his 4th field goal that's good. Groza's 3rd successful field goal of the day gives the Browns a 16-10 lead with 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to play. Following the kickoff, the Lions put the ball in play on their own 20-yard line. Lane passes down and out to Jimmy Dorn for a gain of 17 yards. 2 Lane passes fall incomplete, but on 3rd down, the cool Lion quarterback comes through under pressure with a 13-yard heave to Jimmy Doran. Detroit is battling both Cleveland and the clock. Lane is sticking into the air, and again he delivers as he hits twice, box for 18 yards, and a first down on the Browns' 36. The clock shows less than 3 minutes to be played as Bobby Lane fades to fire another aerial. Lane's going all the way on this one. He has a man open. It's Jimmy Dorn, and he grabs it for a sensational touchdown. Pandemonium breaks loose in Briggs Stadium as Detroit ties the game at 16-16. Let's look at that thrilling touchdown play again in slow motion. Dorn, the right end, is split wide. He streaks straight down the far sideline and gets behind the Browns' Warren Lahr. Dorn grabs the ball right on the goal line for the touchdown. Doran is a second stringer who is playing in place of the injured Leon Hart. This was Doran's only touchdown of the season, and what a time he picked to make it. With the game deadlocked at 16-all, Doak Walker slams the ball through the uprights to break the tie and put Detroit on top, 17-16, with just 2 minutes and 8 seconds remaining to be played. Leading by 1 point, the Lions kick off. Lane's boot is taken by Kenny Carpenter on the 10-yard line, and Carpenter returns it 18 yards to the Cleveland 28. Cleveland quarterback Otto Graham runs into trouble. Graham's pass is intended for Dub Jones. But it's intercepted by Detroit's Carl Kirilovats. Kirilovats races back to the Browns' 6-yard line, but the officials rule he stepped out of bounds on the Cleveland 34-yard line. That's the last time the Browns get their hands on the ball, as the game ends with the Detroit Lions successfully defending their title of world champions of professional football by turning back the Cleveland Browns in a thrilling, hard-fought 17-16 battle. In winning, Coach Buddy Parker gave credit to the outstanding play of his defensive line, which rushed Cleveland's Otto Graham to such an extent that Graham was able to complete only 2 out of 15 passes. So for the second year in a row, the Professional Football World Championship goes to the Detroit Lions. That's it for another year, fans. Another thriller from Miller, a great American sports championship. Brought to you with the good wishes of Miller High Life, the national champion of quality. The World's Championship football game is a special sports presentation film produced by Miller High Life. Of Milwaukee brings you all the action and excitement of football at its finest as the Detroit Lions meet the Cleveland Browns at Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. This is Earl Gillespie inviting you to enjoy life with Miller High Life as our colored cameras bring you another football classic. The World's Championship of Professional Football matches the defending title holders, the Detroit Lions, winners of the National Football League's Western Division, against the Eastern Conference kingpins, the Cleveland Browns. December 26, 1954, is a surprisingly mild and sunny day as some 44,000 fans filed through the turnstiles of Cleveland's Municipal Stadium to witness football's World Series. The Lions are seeking an unprecedented third consecutive championship, while the Browns, who lost the 1952 and 1953 playoffs to Detroit, will be out to snap a 2-year jinx. Season records of these two fine teams compare favorably, Detroit winning 9, losing 2, and tying 1, with Cleveland sporting a 9-3 log. Detroit will be banking on its ace quarterback, Bobby Lane, number 22. Lane, a standout performer in past championship games, plays at peak when the pressure is on. Number 37, Doak Walker, the Lions' leading scorer during the past season, is a threat in every offensive department. A spirit of friendly competition prevails as rival coaches Paul Brown and Buddy Parker shake hands. Otto Graham, for 9 seasons, the spark plug of the Cleveland team, says he's playing his final game in a Browns uniform. Danny Lavelli, number 86, will be a prime target for the tosses of Otto the Arm. Big Horace Gillum, who averages better than 42 yards, will handle the Browns' punting. Referee Thomas Timlin issues pregame instructions to Detroit co-captains Thurman McGraw and Laverne Torgerson, and the Cleveland captain Don Colo. The Lions win the toss, and Detroit elects to receive. Cleveland will kick off and defend the goal on our left. The Browns, 2-point underdogs, receive a last-minute pep talk from Coach Paul Brown. championship game gets underway as Big Lou Groza booms a long, high kickoff that carries to the Detroit goal line. Jack Christensen gathers it in and comes back to the Lions' 17-yard line. On Detroit's first play from scrimmage, rookie fullback Bill Bowman breaks into the Cleveland secondary, and he may go all the way. Defensive halfbacks Tom James and Warren Lyer finally haul Bowman down on the Cleveland 34 after a 50-yard advance. The Lions are stunned when Lou Carpenter drops a pitch out, and Cleveland's John Kissel recovers on the Detroit 36. Kissel takes off for the Lions' end zone, but the play is ruled dead at the point of the fumble recovery. A disappointed Bobby Lane comes out of the game as Detroit's defensive platoon takes over. Otto Graham, the Browns' passing master, fades the throw. Graham tosses, but the Lions' Joe Schmidt short-circuits the aerial, and Detroit is in business on the Cleveland 35. On first down, Bobby Lane fires a pass goalward. Dorn Dibble is open, gets his hands on the ball, but he cannot hold it, and it falls incomplete. 2nd and 10 for Detroit on the Cleveland 35. Lane lobs a screen pass to Lou Carpenter, but John Kissel pulls him down after a 2-yard gain. Cleveland coach Paul Brown, who has never defeated a Detroit team, shouts instructions from the sideline. And the Browns follow those instructions as they close in and drop Bobby Lane in the Cleveland 28. Facing a 4th and 3 situation, Detroit drops Doak Walker back for a 36-yard field goal attempt. Walker's placement is letter perfect, and the Lions lead 3-0. Big Jim Martin kicks off for Detroit. Billy Reynolds grabs the ball on the 14 and races through the middle. Reynolds goes 38 yards before Doak Walker nails him with a fine open field tackle. Detroit holds, but Coach Buddy Parker fidgets when a penalty for roughing the kicker gives Cleveland another chance. The Browns cash in on their opportunity as Otto Graham uncorks a beautiful toss. Speedy Ray Renfro sprints into the open and snares Graham's pass for a sensational 37-yard touchdown play. Cleveland now leads 6-3. Our Miller High Life slow motion camera gives us another look at that thrilling Cleveland score. Note the fine protection afforded passer Otto Graham. The arm winds up, and there it goes. Ray Renfro races beyond 2 Detroit defenders, grabs the pass on the run, and the play spells touchdown Cleveland. Lou Groza, the Browns' peerless placement expert, who kicks conversions with monotonous regularity, adds the extra point, and Cleveland leads Detroit 7-3. The Browns' John Kissel gets set to go back in the game. It's Detroit's ball in its own 25. That's Bobby Lane looking for a receiver. Lane finds Dorn Dibble in the clear and hits him for a 16-yard advance. On a quick handoff, Punchy Hornsmeyer carries to the Lions 44. Bobby Lane, attempting to pass, is driven for a 4-yard loss by Doug Atkins. It's 4th and 11 for Detroit, and Jug Gerard stands deep in punt formation. Gerard boots a beauty. Billy Reynolds calls for a fair catch on the Cleveland 23. There goes Graham back to pass. He's rushed but gets away from one Lion and another, then skips up the sideline before he is bumped out of bounds by 4 Detroit defenders. It's Graham back to throw again. Otto passes, but for the 2nd time, it's intercepted. Jack Christensen picks off this pass, but fumbles out of bounds on the Detroit 31. Cleveland and Danny Lavelli leaves the game as the Lions take over. It's 1st and 10 for Detroit. Lane passing, but the tables are turned as Cleveland's Don Pohl pilfers the pitch, and look at him go. Ball makes it to the Detroit 8, and the Browns have another golden opportunity. Otto Graham, who failed in 2 previous championship games against Detroit to throw for a touchdown, connects here with Darrell Brewster for a second payoff pass of the day. Once again, the scoring action is highlighted by our highlight slow-motion camera. Graham chucks through the middle to Brewster, cutting across. The big end is a picture of persistence as he fights into the end zone to give Cleveland a 13-3 advantage. With Tom James holding, Lou Groza converts and the Browns lead the Lions by a 14-3 score. Lion mascots console one another as their heroes trail. After the kickoff, Detroit is held in check, and Jug Gerard is forced to punt. Billy Reynolds fields the kick on the Cleveland 46, and the breakaway back dashes down the sideline in a dandy 43-yard return. Jug Gerard, the last man between Reynolds and a touchdown, makes a shoot-top tackle on the Lion 13. Battering Maurice Bassett booms through the Lions line for a 10-yard pickup, and it's goal to go for Cleveland. But that's the end of the first period, with the Browns leading the Lions 14-3. Cleveland opens the second quarter by scoring again as Otto Graham spurts into the end zone for a touchdown. So far, Otto has had a hand in each of the 3 Cleveland counters. Once again, Lou Groza makes good the conversion attempt, and the score reads Cleveland 21, Detroit 3. Billy Reynolds, the boy who set up the last score, gets a well-deserved rest. The Lions put the ball in play from their own 20-yard line. Lou Carpenter tears over left tackle and breaks into the open. Carpenter carries 52 yards before Kenny Cons overtakes him on the Cleveland 28. Now the pressure is on the Browns. Bobby Lane dishes a delayed pitch out to Doak Walker, who turns the left flank for a first down on the Cleveland 14. Lane tries a similar play to the right side, but Bill Bowman is tossed for an 11-yard loss by linebacker Tommy Catlin. Otto Graham and company shout encouragement to their defensive teammates. On a 3rd and 9 situation, the Lions have to pass. Bobby Lane comes through in the clutch with a 19-yard heave to Dorn Dibble, who's down on the Browns 4. With goal to go, Lane pitches out to Billy Bowman, who shakes off 2 Cleveland tacklers, and over he goes to score for Detroit. The Lions were a great come-from-behind team all season, and maybe they'll do it now. Doak Walker lines up for the extra point attempt. It's good, making the score read Cleveland 21, Detroit 10. The Browns, after receiving the kickoff, are unable to move, and Horace Gillum goes back in deep punt formation. Gillum booms a towering kick in the Lion land, and Jug Gerard calls for a fair catch on the Detroit 17. Les Bigeman, 330-pound bulwark of Detroit's defensive brigade, who'll retire following this game, discusses strategy with the coaches. The Lions are trying to come from behind. Bobby Lane passes in the right flat to Lou Carpenter, and the play is good for 6 yards. Lane looks over the defense, then pitches out to Bill Bowman, who picks up 7 yards around the left side. Detroit is moving the ball. Lou Carpenter gets a handoff and carries to the Detroit 35. Watch this play closely. It appears that Bobby Lane is trying to pass. Lane takes too much time, and Cleveland tackle Mike McCormick is on top of him. McCormick knocks the ball out of Lane's hands and recovers it, giving Cleveland possession on the Detroit 27-yard line. Browns, who have gotten the breaks and made the most of them, get another one here as Graham passes goalward. Karl Karlovich almost intercepts, but the ball bounces away from him, and Ray Renfro snatches it out of the air on the Detroit 7-yard line, where it'll be goal to go for Cleveland. It's second down and 5 yards to go for a touchdown. Otto Graham calls the numbers. Graham swings out to the right. He's going to run, and he goes the distance as he leaps into the end zone with his second score and the 4th Cleveland tally today. The Browns are a happy bunch. Let's take another look at that touchdown by Otto the Great Graham in slow motion. Otto outruns Detroit's Lou Kriegmer. Maurice Bassett and Billy Reynolds double-team the Lions' Sherwin Gandy to clear a path for Graham, who vaults across for the score. In the extra point department, Lou Groza comes through with his 4th in a row, and the Browns enjoy a comfortable 28-10 spread over the Lions late in the second quarter of this championship battle. Trailing by 3 touchdowns, the Lions really have the work cut out for themselves. Right to work they go on a lane pass to Jug Gerard that goes for 16 yards. Bobby Lane looks for a receiver. Lane throws to Doak Walker in the left flat, and the play net's 7 yards. Detroit has found the going plenty tough so far, and things get still more rugged when Lane's pass is grabbed off by the Browns' Walt Michaels, who carries 14 yards to the Detroit 31. A downhearted Doak Walker, along with other members of the Lion offensive alignment, walks slowly to the bench as again the Browns take over. And how those Browns take over. Otto Graham, who is making his final Cleveland appearance a memorable one, arches a perfect lead pass to Ray Renfro, who makes a tremendous catch for another Cleveland touchdown. Graham and Renfro, who have teamed for 2 terrific touchdowns, are congratulated by their teammates. It's number 5 coming up for Lou Groza, and the toe does not disappoint as he boots the ball over the bar to give the underdog Browns a 35-10 lead. The Lions return the kickoff to their own 35-yard line, from which point Bobby Lane goes back to pass. Lane throws in the flat to Doak Walker. Our slow-motion camera picks up the dashing Doker as he crosses the midfield stripe. Walker is finally run out of bounds by Warren Lahr on the Cleveland 36. The Lions are fighting both Cleveland and the clock now, but there's just about 1 minute to play in the first half. Lane shoots a down-and-out strike to Jug Gerard, who runs into a stone wall in the form of Warren Lahr on the Browns 24. A touchdown here could mean a lot to these Lions. Lane, cool and calm, fires a bullseye to Jug Gerard, but Gerard fumbles the ball. Cleveland's Walt Michaels dives on the loose pigskin to snuff out the last ray of hope for a Detroit touchdown. Seconds later, the clock runs out, and the score at halftime in this thriller from Miller reads, Cleveland Browns 35, Detroit 10. The story of the first half is simple, just too much Otto Graham. The magnificent Cleveland field general ran for 2 and passed for 3 of the 5 Cleveland touchdowns. The Browns haven't won the championship since 1950, but as they await the start of the second half, they appear confident. Jim Martin kicks off for the Lions to begin the second half. Billy Reynolds takes the ball at the 10-yard line, and Reynolds returns 22 yards before the Lions can drag him down. That's Otto Graham directing the Cleveland offense. Graham hands off to his fullback, Maurice Bassett, who cracks the line and gets 4 yards. Les Bigeman is the big man who stops Bassett. Graham goes to the air. Big Bassett is the receiver, and the pass picks up a first down on the Brown 44. Graham sets the throw again, but changes his mind and ducks to the line for a short gain. The Miller High Life sideline camera picks up Otto Graham as he fades deep and dodges the in-rushing Detroit lineman. Graham gets a pass off. Darrell Brewster makes a beautiful juggling catch to complete a 43-yard gain on the Lions 7. On the Detroit sideline, they're feeling mighty low. Otto Graham doesn't make the Lions feel any better as he shakes up Detroit and the goalpost with a sneak to the 1-yard line. Graham carries again on the quarterback sneak, and he's into the end zone with his 3rd touchdown for a new championship game record. Lou Groza, as good as gold, directs his 6th consecutive extra point through the uprights, giving Cleveland a stunning 42-10 bowl. On Detroit's second play following the kickoff, the Lions run into still more trouble as Lane's pass is pulled in by the Brown Ken Cons. Cons cruises to the Detroit 13 as the snowballing Browns roll on. Paul Brown, whose Brownies haven't missed playing in the championship game since they were organized in 1946, sends in a substitute with the play. Brown's choice proves a wise one. Rugged Curly Morrison races around right end and goes all the way as Cleveland pours it on. When Lou Groza makes it 7 for 7 in the conversion department, the Browns assume an insurmountable 49-10 margin. These are more points than have ever been scored against a Buddy Parker coached Detroit team, and the hometown Cleveland Rooters just love it. Lou Groza makes ready to kick off for Cleveland. Lou's boot is a beauty, high and deep. It's taken by Jug Girard on the 6th. Girard dodges among the Browns and he brings the ball back to the 25-yard line where 5 burly Brownies converge upon him. Tom Dublinsky takes over the signal calling chores for Detroit, but Dublinsky has no more success than his predecessor, Bobby Lane. Rookie end Carlin Massey storms in and tosses Dublinsky for a 16-yard loss. Cleveland trainer Leo Murphy, along with Otto Graham and guard Abe Gibran, are really enjoying this game. Dublinsky makes up for that loss with an 18-yard completion to Jug Girard, but it's not enough for a first down as Warren Lard drives Girard out of bounds on the Detroit 27. The versatile Jug Girard goes back in punt formation for the Lions. Girard boots upfield. Ken Kahn picks up the bouncing ball but gets nowhere as Jim Dorn bulldogs him to the ground on the Cleveland 16. Curly Morrison, on the same play in which he scored earlier, gets loose for a 5-yard gain. Graham calls his own number as he moves back to pass. Otto's toss is deflected, but it's complete to Ray Renfro, who has dropped just a yard short of a first down. So Cleveland moves in a punt formation. Horace Gillum gets the kick away. The ball bounds into Detroit territory. Jug Girard plays it safe and moves away from the bouncing ball, which rolls dead on the Lions' 28. Otto Graham, after 2 frustrating championship games with Detroit, is getting nothing but pleasure out of this battle. It's 1st and 10 for the Lions from their own 27. Dublinsky reverses to Lou Carpenter, who swings around left end, but he's stopped at the 30. For those who like their football rough and tough, watch this unusual shot as recorded by our Miller High Life sideline camera. Lou Carpenter grabs the pass and is hit hard by 3 bruising Browns. Carpenter comes back for more as he carries again and gets to the Detroit 36-yard line. Lou Carpenter, doing yeoman service for the Lions, fights the Browns for 5 more yards. Tom Dublinsky fakes a handoff and fades the pass, but finding his receivers covered, Dublinsky carries for another 5 yards. Bobby Lane comes in at quarterback and connects in a pass to Luke Carpenter, who legs it to the Cleveland 31. Lane sets to throw another. It's complete to Doak Walker. Doak gets roughed up a little by two Cleveland defenders, and he doesn't like it at all. A flat pass from Bobby Lane to Luke Carpenter is good for a short gain as Carpenter tumbles to the turf. Bobby Lane fades a full 10 yards in this play before passing on a screen to Luke Carpenter. Carpenter grabs the toss and scurries to the Cleveland 12. Lane completes another toss as he shoots a spot pass to Jug Gerard, who's nailed on the Browns' 6-yard line, where the third period ends with the Cleveland Browns on top by an overwhelming 49-10 count. Coach Buddy Parker and his assistants are hoping for a touchdown to take some of the sting out of this hectic battle, but the Lions are stung again when Lane's pass is intercepted by Len Ford. Ford gathers momentum as he lumbers 55 yards before Bill Bowman catches him on the Detroit 45. Curly Morrison dents the Detroit defense for 3 yards. The Lions' Jim David dives on top of the pile, and Cleveland's Johnny Sandusky is none too happy with Mr. David. Paul Brown, still using his shuttle system for calling signals, sends guard Harold Bradley into the game, and out comes number 65, Charlie Noel. Brown's strategy calls for Curly Morrison to carry the ball, but Morrison fumbles and Jerry Perry recovers for the Lions. With the ball changing hands, Bobby Lane receives instructions from Coach Buddy Parker before going back into action. Lane is going to pass. It's deflected by Johnny Kissel and intercepted by Kenny Cons. Cons returns 12 yards to the Detroit 39. On the sideline, the Browns show nothing but smiling faces. There's just no stopping the Cleveland attack as Chet the Jet Hanulak cracks through the Detroit line for 23 fast yards. The drive stays alive as Billy Reynolds bulls his way to the Detroit 10. Rookie back Hanulak blasts his way into the end zone as the Browns hang up their 8th touchdown. The 55 points Cleveland has scored so far is the second highest ever in a championship game. Lou Groza writes another title game record with his 8th extra point, and the Browns are home free by an unbelievable 56-10 score. After the kickoff, it's Detroit's ball in its own 25. Lane deposits a pass into the arms of Dorndibble. That's good for 16 yards. Still giving it all they've got, Detroit receives another rude jolt when, for the 6th time, a Cleveland interception turns the tide. Len Ford grabs this toss, and the Browns take over. Number 16, quarterback George Radaman, gets the go-ahead from Paul Brown, and a tremendous roar goes up from the crowd as Otto Graham, for the last time, leaves the field. Graham ran for 3 and passed for 3 more touchdowns, ending a brilliant career with an unparalleled performance. Otto established 3 championship game records and said, "That's the way to quit, go out on top." Radaman runs the clock out as Cleveland drubs Detroit 56-10. The Lions fail in their bid to become the first team to win a 3rd consecutive title. Paul Brown, who prepared his squad superbly for this game, said, "On any given day, this was the greatest team I've ever seen." Paced by Otto Graham, their victory over Detroit gives Cleveland the 1954 Pro Football Championship. And that's it, fans. The rip-roaring, unbelievable climax to another exciting season of professional football. We've just witnessed the crowning of a new champion. And your friendly hosts have been that national champion of quality, Miller High Life. And so until next we meet, this is Earl Gillespie saying goodbye and good luck, and reminding you that it's always a grand idea to enjoy life with Miller High Life, the genuine Milwaukee beer.
Broadcasting is brought to you by the History of Sports Network.
Professional football's finest moment is at hand. It's the World's Championship between the Los Angeles Rams and the Cleveland Browns. The vanguard of a record 87,695 spectators files into the famed Memorial Coliseum in Los Angeles. Los Angeles takes the field the underdog. The Rams rolled up an 8-3-1 record to capture the Western Conference crown, and only once were they defeated at the Coliseum. Veteran referee Ronald Gibbs, wearing the jacket, and his striped-shirted assistants will officiate this thriller from Miller. The Cleveland Browns, the defending world champions, are competing in their 6th consecutive title game. This is the 3rd time the Browns have faced the Rams for the crown, and the two teams have split in championship play. Cleveland coach Paul Brown, wearing the hat, kids good-naturedly with the Rams boss Sid Gilman. Gilman must come up with a capable replacement for his star fullback, Hank Younger, who is out of action with a neck injury. Deacon Dan Towler, number 32, is Gilman's choice to fill this gap in his backfield. Leon McLaughlin will anchor the rugged Los Angeles line, while Les Richter will handle the place-kicking chores. Number 11 is Norman Van Brocklin, quarterback, punter, and passer par excellence. This will be the final appearance of Crazy Legs Hirsch, a football legend. Tom Fears will pair it end with Hirsch to give the Rams 2 top-notch receivers. Rough-running rookie Ronnie Waller was voted the outstanding back on the Los Angeles squad. Rugged Andy Robustelli, an all-pro end, promises trouble for Cleveland on defense. Number 57 is Don Paul, one of the finest linebackers in football. Willard Sherman, league-leading pass interceptor, hopes to perform his specialty today. Center Frank Gatsky, one of the original Cleveland Browns, is a tough 10-year veteran. George Ratterman gives Cleveland good insurance at the all-important quarterback position. Cleveland punter Horace Gillum boots the ball a country mile. By far, the man on whom the Browns' hopes are pinned is number 14, Otto Graham. Graham, one of football's all-time great quarterbacks, came out of retirement to lead the Browns to the title. This definitely is Otto's final appearance, and it's destined to become a memorable one. In winning its 6th consecutive Eastern Conference crown, Cleveland was tied once, beaten twice, and victorious 9 times. Referee Ronald Gibbs calls the captains together. For Cleveland, it's number 70, Don Colo. For Los Angeles, it's Don Paul, Norm Van Brocklin, and Tom Fears. The Rams win the flip and elect to receive. Excitement mounts, and the famous Marine Corps color guard holds the spotlight. This is it, the climax of the greatest season in the history of professional football, the World Championship, and Miller High Life brings it to you. Lou Groza kicks off for Cleveland. Waiting for the ball 7 yards deep in the end zone is the Rams' best breakaway back, Ronnie Waller. Waller races right up the middle before the kicker, Lou Groza, spills him on the Los Angeles 20-yard line. On the game's first play from scrimmage, the Rams take to the air. A long pass by Norm Van Brocklin sails over the head of Elroy Hirsch and falls incomplete. The Rams fail on 2 more passes, and on 4th down, Van Brocklin punts to the Browns. Don Paul bobbles the ball, recovers, and is snowed under by a herd of Rams on the Cleveland 31-yard line. Mighty Mo comes back for more. This time, Ma Gillespie snares a pass from Otto Graham, and the Browns are on the Los Angeles 48. It's Gillespie again, carving a 6-yard gash in the Rams defense. Once more, Cleveland calls on Ed Gillespie, who bowls for a first down on the Rams 38. For the 5th straight time, Gillespie is the key man as he grabs Graham's short toss for a 3-yard gain. The Browns rest Mighty Mo and send Fred Curly Morrison burrowing to the Los Angeles 29. It's 4th and 1 for Cleveland as the magic eye of the Miller slow-motion camera captures the action. Graham tries to take Los Angeles by surprise with a pass into the end zone. Ed Hughes leaps in front of Ray Renfro to intercept the pass. It's a touchback. The Cleveland threat is washed away, and the Rams take over. Van Brocklin passes into the right flat to Skeets Quinlan, and the Rams have a first down on their own 35. It's Deacon Dan doing the damage here as he hammers out a fast 15-yard advance. Ram fans hoot and holler as Ron Waller takes a pitch out and pounds around right end for a first down on the Cleveland 37. The Rams are really rolling now. Van Brocklin's spot pass is grabbed by Elroy Hirsch in the play next 9 yards. The all-revealing slow-motion camera sees Norm Van Brocklin's pass bounce off the fingertips of Skeet Quinlan and into the anxious arms of Cleveland's Kenny Kahns. Kahns returns to his own 24 as the Browns put an abrupt halt to the Rams' goalward surge. There's no score in the game as Cleveland begins another drive with Curly Morrison hitting the line for 5 yards. Otto Graham shows signs of warming up as he pitches a perfect strike to Danny Lavelli. The play covers 32 yards, and the Browns are in Los Angeles territory for the second time. Ed Gillespie taps out a 4-yard gain through the middle. Otto Graham goes airborne, but Otto's effort just misses when Don Paul leaps into the picture to bat down the pass. Cleveland facing a 3rd and 10 situation. The Browns give the ball to Curly Morrison, who tears off a 6-yard advance, but it's far short of a first down. With 4th and 4, Coach Paul Brown calls on the talent in tow of Lou Groza. Groza booms the ball over the crossbar, and Cleveland has a 3-0 lead in the World Championship. The Browns line up for the kickoff, and Groza sends the ball flying to Woodley Lewis on the Los Angeles 1. Lewis runs it back 26 yards before Carlton Massey makes the stop with a shoot-top tackle. Despite pressure aplenty by the Browns, Van Brocklin completes a 16-yard toss to Tom Fears on the Rams' 46. But that's the end of the line for Los Angeles as Cleveland forces Van Brocklin to punt. Don Paul feels the kick, but he gets nowhere. The Rams plow Paul under on the 8-yard line, where the first period ends with the Cleveland Browns leading the Los Angeles Rams 3-0. Cleveland's Paul Brown talks with his defensive platoon as the Browns try to drive out of danger. Fred Morrison cracks the line for 5 yards. A 3rd down pitch-out play. Graham to Morrison is stopped 1 yard shy of a first down, and Cleveland will have to kick. The Browns line up in punt formation with Horace Gillum standing in the end zone. Gillum gets the kick away. Ronnie Waller calls for and makes a fair catch on the Los Angeles 48-yard line, where the Rams will put the ball in play. The Rams invade Cleveland territory as Norm Van Brocklin connects with Skeets Quinlan for 12 yards. There goes Van Brocklin back to throw another. Dan Towler pulls in the pass of the Rams reach the Cleveland 32. The highlight slow-motion camera highlights the most spectacular defensive play of the day. Van Brocklin's pass is deflected and intercepted by Cleveland's Don Paul. Paul tucks the ball under his arm, and he's going all the way. Van Brocklin takes up the chase, but Don Paul wins this race with speed to spare. Thus, a potential Los Angeles threat boomerangs into a Cleveland score on a breathtaking play. Automatic Lou Groza adds the extra point with ease, and Cleveland enjoys a 10-0 lead over the Western Conference champions, the Los Angeles Rams. Lou Groza makes ready to kick off again for Cleveland. Till meets the ball and sends it off and winging to the Rams' 2-yard line, where Woodley Lewis gathers it in. Lewis cuts to the near sideline, but Horace Gillum nails him with a necktie tackle on the Los Angeles 30. On an inside handoff, Ronnie Waller darts over his right tackle for a gain of 3 yards. Norm Van Brockton, the Flying Dutchman, shows how he earned his nickname as he deposits a long, long toss into the arms of Fleet Skeet Quinlan, and the play goes all the way. Quinlan bounces into the end zone for a sensational 67-yard strike, and the Rams are back in the ball game. A tremendous play by Van Brockton and number 21, Skeets Quinlan. Les Richter kicks the conversion, and the Rams cut the count to Cleveland 10, Los Angeles 7. On the kickoff, it's Les Richter booting the ball into the end zone to Bob Smith. Smith runs into a mountain of muscle and is stopped cold on the Cleveland 16. Otto Graham surveys the situation, then steps to the firing line. Graham shoots a bullseye to Ray Renfro, who is driven out of bounds on the Browns' 32. Only in slow motion are we able to see the fine defensive work of the Rams' Larry Morris on this play. Graham tries to hit Renfro again, but Morris throws the Cleveland machine in the reverse with a timely interception and a 22-yard return, which places Los Angeles in scoring position on the Browns' 28-yard line. Ram coach Sid Gilman is on his feet as Van Brockton feeds a pitch out to Ronnie Waller, who is pushed out of bounds by Big Lenny Ford on the Cleveland 14. Two offside penalties cost the Rams 10 yards, and Van Brockton tries to make up the difference with a pass, but Van's toss is a total loss as Ken Cons intercepts in the end zone for an automatic touchback, and the Los Angeles threat comes to an end. Cleveland with the ball now. Otto Graham spins before passing to Curly Morrison, who completes his 7-yard play. The Rams dig in, and on 4th and 2, Cleveland drops Horace Gillum in deep punt formation. Gillum barely gets the boot away, but the ball takes a good bounce and rolls all the way to the Los Angeles 10 for a 52-yard kick that puts the Rams in a hole. Van Brockton starts to dig Los Angeles out with a pass to Ronnie Waller that goes for 11 yards. Van Brockton on a letter-perfect pass throws to Skeets Quinlan right between two Brown defenders as the Rams move out to their own 4. The Los Angeles aerial onslaught continues with Van Brockton teaming up with Ron Waller for a first down on the Ram 46. The Flying Dutchman is going great guns now, but this time he pulls the trigger and misfires. Tom James picks the pass out of the air as interceptions plague the Rams. Cleveland gains possession of midfield late in the first half. Otto Graham transforms the interception into a lightning-like strike for a touchdown. Graham's long pass is taken in full stride by Danny Lavelli for a sensational 6 points. The high-life slow-motion camera gives us another look at the passing master, Otto Graham, as he performs to perfection. Graham leads Lavelli just right, and Lavelli, with the aid of Ray Renfro's block, completes a fast and furious 50-yard scoring play. On the extra point attempt, Tom James calls the numbers, spots the ball, throws the boots, it's true to the mark, and the Browns are ahead 17-7. For the fourth time today, Lou Groza kicks off for Cleveland. On the Los Angeles 5-yard line, Ron Waller takes the ball, and Waller's away on a sparkling 32-yard return before the Browns drive him out of bounds. With a little more than a minute remaining in the first half, Van Brockton passes to Skeets Quinlan for 14 yards. But it's a costly gain for the Rams as Quinlan, shaken up on the play, is forced to leave the game. With time running out, Los Angeles has to pass. Van Brockton throws downfield, but for the 5th time in the first half, Cleveland's alert defensive play ruins the Rams. Walt Michaels makes this key interception in the Browns' 44. Cleveland is content to run out the clock. On a draw play, Edmond Gillespie carries for 10 yards to the Rams' 46, where the first half ends. Los Angeles leaves the field trailing the world champion Cleveland Browns 17-7 at halftime. Intermission activities at the Coliseum are gay and colorful, and the festive holiday crowd enjoys the exciting atmosphere. The story of the first half, Cleveland intercepted 5 passes to either stop a drive or set up a score. The second half gets underway when Woodley Lewis kicks off for Los Angeles. Bob Smith takes the ball right on the goal line and carries it back to the Cleveland 20, where it's 1st and 10 for the Browns. Otto Graham takes to the air at the outset with a flare pass to Edmond Gillespie that moves the ball out to the Browns' 41-yard line. On a quick handoff, Big Mo plows for 5 yards. Graham on another flare pass pegs the big Maurice Bassett, who's rolled out of bounds on the Los Angeles 44. A sturdy Ram defense halts the Cleveland drive, and Lou Groza lines up for a 48-yard field goal attempt. The toes try goes awry, and Willard Sherman shags it for an automatic touchback as Los Angeles takes over. The Rams' Ron Waller runs roughshod around right end on a 7-yard stampede. Deacon Dan Towler cleaves through the Cleveland line for 5 more yards. But the Ram attack is held at bay, and Van Brockton kicks to the Browns. Ken Kahns takes the punt on his 30 and canters 24 yards to the Los Angeles 46. Number 86, Danny Lavelli, leads the Browns offensive unit into action. On a quick opener, Maurice Bassett rocks the Rams for a fast 12 yards. Otto Graham rolls out and around right end and races to the Los Angeles 19-yard line. Cleveland huddles up. Graham calls the signals, and the alert end zone camera catches Otto in action as he reels off a rousing run that goes all the way. This is Graham's big day, and what a game he's playing. With Tom James holding, Lou Groza converts again, and the Cleveland lead swells to a 24-7 count over the Los Angeles Rams. Lou Groza has his talented toe working overtime today as he kicks off again. This one goes to Woodley Lewis in the end zone, and Lewis brings it back to the Los Angeles 27. Towler on a quick thrust through the middle, picks up 11 yards and a first down. Van Brocklin, who has had tough sailing so far, runs into stormy seas again when Sam Palumbo swipes his pass and Cleveland takes possession on the Los Angeles 36. Much to the dismay of the Rams. The Rams rush Graham, but the old pro looks like an eager rookie as he spins away for a short gain. Going great guns, Graham fires a pass to Lavelli for a first down on the Los Angeles 20. Graham was never greater as he riddles the Rams with another pass to Dub Jones, and it's goal to go for Cleveland. The Miller end zone camera records a classic shot of Otto Graham scoring his second touchdown of the game on a quarterback sneak. The opening was there, and Graham adds another 6 points to the Browns' total. Cleveland boosts its lead to an overwhelming 31-7 as Lou Groza directs another extra point through the upright. 2 minutes remaining to be played in the third quarter as Cleveland's Groza kicks off to the Rams' Ronnie Waller. Waller returned to the Los Angeles 28-yard line. Billy Wade, playing quarterback for the Rams, gives to Dan Towler in a draw play, and the Deacon picks up 6. There's a mix-up in the Los Angeles backfield as Bill Wade misses connections on a handoff, and Carlton Massey recovers for Cleveland on the Rams' 41-yard line. It's a tough break for Los Angeles, and Billy Wade leads a downhearted herd of Rams to the sideline as the third quarter draws to a close with Los Angeles trailing Cleveland 31-7 in football's World Championship. Fourth period of play begins with Otto Graham fading to pass. Graham throws, but Don Burrows intercepts for Los Angeles. Burrows almost breaks loose on a hair-raising run to the Rams 39. Graham comes over to the sideline for a few reassuring words from his coach, Paul Brown. Prosperity is short-lived, for Los Angeles loses the ball in the following play when Len Ford bats Bill Wade's pass into the air and catches it on the Los Angeles 32. Coach Sid Gilman is sad now. Otto Graham leads Los Angeles linemen a merry chase as he tries to launch an aerial. Otto winds up and whips one goalward, but the Rams have this play covered like a blanket, and the pass is incomplete. A penalty shoves the Browns back. Then the Rams shove them further as they drop Graham 6 yards behind the line. The situation goes to 4th and 34, forcing the Browns to punt. Horace Gillum kicks to Woody Lewis on the Los Angeles 17, and Lewis gets back to his own 26. Defense comes to the fore as Billy Wade is waylaid by a host of burly Browns way back on the Los Angeles 8-yard line for an 18-yard loss. With its back to the wall, Los Angeles moves in the punt formation, and Norm Van Brocklin kicks out of danger. Kenny Kahn takes the punt on his 47 and returns to the midfield marker. Maurice Bassett bulls his way through center for 5 yards. Bassett tries again, but he's hit head-on and tossed for a 2-yard loss. Otto Graham uncorks a surprise pass. Ray Renfro wraps it up and races away from the Rams to complete a 35-yard scoring play. Graham's second payoff pass gives Cleveland an insurmountable 38-7 lead over Los Angeles. For the 7th time, Lou Groza puts his foot into the football, and there it goes. Lewis receives the kick on the goal line and takes off on a brilliant carry that covers 43 yards. A fine return by the Rams' Woodley Lewis. Despite the score, the Rams are still giving their all. Billy Wade fades way back and unfurls a tremendous toss downfield. The pass ball's incomplete, but the officials detect interference on the part of the Browns, and Los Angeles has a first down on the Cleveland 13. Ronnie Waller carries on a crossbuck and plunges to the Browns' 2-yard line. Los Angeles cheerleaders whoop it up. Ronnie Waller gets the call and answers by packing the pigskin to pay dirt for the Rams' second touchdown. Graham and Brown won't relax even with a comfortable lead. Les Richter adds the extra point, but the Rams are far behind at 38-14. Los Angeles attempts to regain possession on an onside kick, but Cleveland's Don Paul scoops up the ball and races the wrong way for 25 yards before he's piled up by both Ram and Brown ball players on the Cleveland 21. With 2 minutes to play, Coach Brown gets ready to send George Ratterman into action. Bob Smith hits the middle as Cleveland tries to kill the clock. Ratterman goes into the game. And Otto Graham ends his long and illustrious career, one of the most spectacular in football history, as he jogs off the gridiron for the final time to the plaudits of Los Angeles fans and his happy teammate. The gun sounds as Cleveland begins a play. An in-rushing Ram steals the ball, but it's too late. The game is over. Cleveland defeats Los Angeles by a resounding 38-14 score. Paul Brown, one of football's most successful coaches, runs to congratulate the Rams coach Sid Gilman. Bowing out in a blaze of glory is one of the gridiron's all-time greats, Otto Graham, who for the second consecutive year rises to spectacular heights to pilot the Cleveland Browns to football's World Championship.
Football game of games, the World's Championship, the grand and glorious climax to a season-long parade of professional pigskin thrills is up for the taking. Yankee Stadium. Earmuffs, scarves, and gloves are the order of the day as 57,000 hale and hearty. This will be the fifth game between the Bears and the Giants for the World's Championship since 1933, when the National Football 2 sections. Only once have the Giants been able to beat the Bears in the postseason playoff. Earlier this year, the Giants and Bears met at this Inter-Conference League game and battled to an exciting 17-17 tie. Here they come, the mighty monsters of the Midway, the champions of the Western Conference, the Chicago Bears. The Bears are coached by Patty Driscoll, who took over from owner George Halas and won the title in his first year as head coach. George Blanda shares Chicago's quarterbacking chores, and he's also the Bears' place-kicking specialist. Blanda holds the National Football League record for consecutive points after touchdown at 156. Ed Brown is the other half of the Bears' 1-2 punch at the all-important quarterback spot. Brown is at his best on long-distance passes. Brown's prime target, all-pro end Harlan Hill, obliges a still photographer with pregame pictures. In J.C. Caroline, former Illinois All-American, Chicago has one of football's most versatile backs. Caroline plays both ways. After testing the frozen turf, Bill McCall decides cleats won't hold and changes to sneakers. The Bear offense is built around fullback Rick Caceres, the Florida Flash, who won the 1956 National Football League's ground-gaining crown. George Halas and Sid Luckman would like to see a repeat of the '46 game when Halas coached and Luckman quarterbacked the Bears to the title. In this corner, the champions of the Eastern Conference, the New York Giants. The New Yorkers are coached by Jim Lee Howell, who led the Giants to a season record of 8 victories, 3 defeats, and a tie. New Yorkers point with pride to their star, Frank Gifford, a 26-year-old, 205-pound halfback from Southern California. Gifford was the National Football League's most valuable player in 1956. On defense, the Giants feature king-size Roosevelt Greer, a 6'5", 275-pound terror from Penn State. His running mate is Dick Gillespie. Mighty Mo, an All-American from Maryland, weighs in at 260 pounds, standing at even 6 feet, and is 25 years old. Iowa's Emlyn Tennell, an all-pro defensive halfback, anchors a rugged New York secondary. Despite 2 bad knees, Kyle Rote is just about the toughest pass receiver to cover in the NFL. The Gray Eagle, Chuck and Charlie Connerly, a 9-year veteran of the Pro Grid Wars, will quarterback the New York 11. The Bears, who won the final week of the season by crushing the Detroit Lions, are slim 3-point favorites. Referee Bill Downs calls the captains to midfield. For the Giants, it's number 30, Bill Svoboda, and number 44, Kyle Rote. For the Bears, Klein Gilbert, number 62, and number 51, Wayne Hansen. The Giants win the toss, and New York elects to receive. The Bear team huddles with Coach Patty Driscoll for final pregame instructions. Across the field, the Giants gather around their coach, Jim Lee Howell, before taking the field. Don Heinrich, New York starting quarterback, limbers up. Now for the first half play-by-play, it's my pleasure to welcome to the Miller High Life microphone, Earl Gillespie.
Thank you, Chris Schenkel, and we're all ready for the kickoff. It's George Blanda doing the kicking, and the 1956 World's Championship is underway. Gene Filipski grabs the ball in the 7 and touches off the offensive fireworks as he flashes upfield. A sparkling 53-yard return by Villanova's Gene Filipski comes to an end when Johnny Malakas cuts him down from behind on the Chicago 39. It's 1st and 10 for New York, and that's Don Heinrich directing the attack. Heinrich floats a flare pass into the left flat to Alex Webster, but he trips and falls for a 1-yard loss. Heinrich goes to the air again. Don drops back, stops, and throws. Frank Gifford grabs the ball away from J.C. Caroline for a 22-yard gain. Now New York has a first down on the Chicago 17. Don Heinrich calls the numbers. Mel Triplett takes the handoff and knocks over everyone in sight, including umpire Sam Wilson, as he storms through the Bears in a 17-yard touchdown charge. The New York Giants score the first time they get the ball and lead 6-0. For the conversion attempt, the Giants call on their place-kicking specialist, Ben Agajanian, and Ben's boot bisects the bar, making it New York 7, Chicago nothing. Don Chandler, wearing 1 sneaker and 1 football shoe, kicks off for New York. Ray Smith drops the ball, picks it up, and is nailed by Jim Catkavage after a 7-yard run back. On Chicago's first scrimmage play, there's a mix-up in the backfield. Brown and Caceres mix connections on a handoff, and all-pro end Andy Robustelli pounces on the pigskin for a giant recovery on the Chicago 15. It's the first big break of the game, and the Giants drive to take advantage of it. Alex Webster thumps through the middle for 5 yards. On 2nd down, Heinrich hands off to Mel Triplett. Triplett is trapped, and he tries to pass, but it falls incomplete. Now it's 4th and 5 for the Giants, and Agajanian enters the game. Ben boots a letter-perfect placement squarely between the uprights for a 17-yard field goal, and the Giants lead by 10-0. On the Giant bench, quarterback Don Heinrich thaws out with a hand warmer and talks over blocking assignments with offensive guard Bill Austin.
Don Chandler kicks off again for New York. J.C. Caroline takes the kick on the 3 and brings it back to the 18. Our Miller High Life end zone camera picks up the action as the Bears put the ball in play. Ed Brown passes to Bill McCall, and Chicago has a first down in its own 40. Brown tries his luck on the overhead route once more. The Bear drive comes to an abrupt halt as Jim Patton goes high in the air to intercept. Patton scampers back 28 yards as the Giants set up shop on the Chicago 36. It's a big day and a big play for number 20, Jim Patton, the smallest man on the Giant squad. 3 downs later, the Giants are still in the 36, and in comes Agajanian. At 38, Ben is the oldest player in the field, but he still has what it takes. Aggie's 43-yard field goal, his longest of the season, puts the Giants in front 30-0, and you know these New Yorkers are a happy bunch. Chicago's Don Bingham, number 46, waits for the kickoff. Bingham pulls in the pigskin on the 9 and heads up the middle. Jim Katcavage finally drags him down on the Bear 35. On an inside handoff, J.C. Caroline cracks the New York defense for 6 hard yards. Caroline carries again. This time it's a wide sweep to the left side, and Caroline gets 3 yards before Dick Gillespie bowls him over. Along the sideline, New York's number 1 passer, Charlie Connerly, gloves and all, warms up his pitching wing. It's 4th and 1 for Chicago, and the Bears are going to go for it. Caroline is cut down by Bill Svoboda and M. Tunnell behind the line. The gamble backfires, and the Giants take over. It's 1st and 10 for New York on the Chicago 43. On a straight-ahead dive play, Frank Gifford powers through for 5 yards, and that's the end of the first quarter. New York leads Chicago 13-0, and football fans across the nation are enjoying the telecast. Charlie Connerly is the new Giant quarterback, and he puts the New Yorkers in the move right away. Webster takes a pitch out and swings around the right flank on his yard pickup. The left halfback, Frank Gifford, gets the call here, and he powers past the Bears to the Chicago 26. Connerly calls the numbers, but Chucking Charlie loses his footing on the frozen sod and eats the ball for a 2-yard loss. 3rd and 6 for the Giants, and this is a big play. Connerly fakes a pass, then lobs over the line to Webster. Webster is a terror today, and he tears the Bears to tatters on a terrific 22-yard trek. It's goal to go for the Giants, and Alex Webster gets them there in one bone-crushing charge as the underdog New Yorkers up their advantage to an amazing 20-0 margin. Don Chandler has his kicking foot doing yeoman service today, and again he sends the football flying deep in the Bear country. Don Bingham bags the ball and brings it back to the Bears 28. Chicago is trying to run through the sturdy Giant defense and is not enjoying too much success. J.C. Caroline manages a 3-yard gain on this play. Ed Brown decides on a pass, but the pursuit of the onrushing Giants is relentless. Brown tries to get away on foot, but he's driven to the ground by Ed Hughes for a 1-yard loss. It's 4th and 8 for Chicago, and that's Ed Brown back in punt formation. Brown spirals a beauty, and waiting for the kick is M. Tunnell. Tunnell bobbles the ball, and it's a real hot potato. Big John Malakas finally wraps his 255-pound frame around the pigskin. Chicago has a big break on the New York 25. And the Bears are a little happier now. An inside handoff goes to Rick Caceres, and he slips through the middle for 2 yards. That's Ed Brown, the quarterback, rolling out the throw. Brown hits J.C. Caroline, and so does Sam Huff and Ed Hughes. Caroline has bounced out of bounds after gaining 7 big yards. This is Chicago's first scoring threat of the game, and they're hoping it'll pay off. Caceres plunges into the line, and he's close to a first down. The chain gang comes in for a measurement, and it's first down Bears on the Giant 12. Bear razzle-dazzle. Brown fakes to Hill, then gives to Caroline in a deep reverse. The Giants are fooled, but not for long as linebacker Harlan Svari hauls Caroline down on the 9-yard line. Here's Rick Caceres at his best. The league's leading rusher rips through a nice opening, and he's in there for the Bears' first touchdown of the game. George Blanda lays the extra point right in your lap, and the Bears are back in the game. It's New York 20, Chicago 7, with 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter. George Blanda kicks off, and that's Fleet Gene Filipski waiting for the ball at the goal line. Gene picks up steam as he storms straight ahead. A fine shoot-top stop by Ed Meadows drops Filipski on the 28-yard line. Mel Triplett carries on a pitch out but gets nowhere. Stan Wallace comes up fast, and Triplett is trapped for a 1-yard loss. Charlie Connolly steps to the firing line and flips a spot pass to Alex Webster. A nifty sidestep, and Webster's away for good yardage. Ken McAfee leads the way on a 50-yard play that moves the ball deep into the lair of the Bear. Our Miller High Life sideline camera records a classic shot of the Giants' marvelous Mel Triplett. The hard-fighting fullback on a quake-em-shake-em charge bulldozes to the Chicago 3-yard line. Alex Webster knifes into the end zone to put the finishing touch to a 5-play, 72-yard scoring surge. With 5 minutes remaining in the first half, it's New York on top of Chicago 27-7. Alex Webster, 210-pounder from North Carolina State, who has scored twice today, gets a well-deserved rest as the New York defensive platoon goes into action. It's Don Chandler kicking off for the Giants. The bouncing ball gets away from Caroline. Don Bingham scoops it up, but he gets nowhere. Chicago deep in its own territory, and Ed Brown is trying to pass. The Giants apply tremendous pressure, and gargantuan Roosevelt Greer bangs Brown down way back on the 1-yard line. The Bears have to kick. Brown stands deep in his end zone, but Ray Beck breaks through to block the punt. The free ball is loose in the end zone, and Arkansas rookie Henry Moore gets his first professional score by recovering the ball for a touchdown. Who says the pros lack spirit? Just look at this Giant bench. It's New York by an overwhelming 34-7 score. For the 6th time in the first half, Don Chandler puts the ball in play. Don Bingham returns the kickoff 10 yards to the Chicago 26. Number 16, George Blanda, is in at quarterback for the Bears, and he hands off to Bobby Watkins, who hits the left side of the line for 5. This time, Blanda goes back to throw. George passes over the middle to Harlan Hill, and it's good for an 18-yard gain as Hill moves to the Giant 46. Time is running short on the Bears, and they have to pass. Here's that same Blanda to Hill pattern. Now watch this tackle. Ed Hughes applies the stopper, and what a stop. Chicago is in New York territory, but the Bears must battle both the clock and the Giants. Blanda attempting the pass is thrown by Harlan Svari for a long loss, and that's the end of the first half. It's a surprising form reversal. The New York Giants, alert to every opportunity and displaying a fighting and ferocious defense, leave the field at halftime on the long end of an amazing 34-7 score. Now for the second half play-by-play, here's the voice of the New York Giants, my good friend Chris Schenkel.
Thank you, Earl Gillespie. And we're ready to go with the third quarter action. It will be Don Chandler kicking off for New York. And the deep men for the Bears are Caroline and Bingham. It's Bingham who takes the kick at the 10 and returns it along the far side to the Chicago 24. Ed Brown is the Bears quarterback. He throws to Harlan Hill, cutting across the middle, and Hill gets to Chicago's 49-yard line. Brown carries on a bootleg play, but Robustelli, Patton, and Greer are right on top of him, and he's tossed hard after a 2-yard gain. The fearsome New York defense hasn't let up for 1 second, and there's no let up here. Brown is rushed off his feet by Walt Jaworski and Dick Gillespie, and there's a 6-yard loss on the play. Chicago shifts into a short punt formation, and Caceres carries on a direct pass from center. Rick reels off 15 fast yards, and the Bears are in Giant territory. The Bears are using this formation to give Ed Brown, the deep man, a better opportunity to pass. It works here as Brown connects with Harlan Hill, who hurries to the New York 17. Brown moves back under center in the Bears' basic T formation. Ed lobs a short screen pass to Rick Caceres. Caceres carries to the 10 where Bill Svoboda drops him. There goes Brown rolling out. He's got a blocker in front, but he can't get around M. Tunnell, who runs him out of bounds on the New York 4. The Bears have a big threat going now. Brown shoots a quickie pass intended for Bill McCall in the end zone, but Hughes and Tunnell converge to break up the play. 4th and goal to go for the Bears. Brown fires a bullet pass to Harlan Hill, but Hill can't hold it. Giant defenders Dick Nolan and Jim Patton claim Hill dropped the ball, and the officials agree it's no touchdown. Let's review that important play from the Miller end zone angle. Watch closely and you'll see Hill drop the ball and recover it. Consequently, the pass is incomplete, and the ball goes over to New York. The magnificent New York defenders receive a rousing ovation as they trot to the sideline. While across the field, it's a different story. The Bears simply stare in disbelief. The Giants flank Gifford to the left, and the speedy halfback races straight down the sideline. Connolly spots him open, and man, this combination is murder. Gifford, a gifted receiver, is also a gilt-edge runner as he races away on a 67-yard play. It's 1st and 10 for New York on the Chicago 12. After that big play, the Giants take time out, and Connolly comes over to the sideline for instructions from backfield coach Vince Lombardi. Alex Webster on a pitch out, cuts back over right tackle and moves across the 10-yard line. Our Miller Highlights sideline camera gives us a close-up view of just how touchdowns are made. It's Charlie Connolly to Kyle Rote, and ring up 6 more points for the Giants. On the Giant bench, the old pro, Charlie Connolly, joins Kyle Rote and Don Heinrich, and here's a happy threesome. Don Chandler, who's getting a real workout today, kicks off. Don Bingham takes it at the 12 and tries to get through the middle, but Cliff Livingston chops him down at the 30-yard line. Chicago shifts back into its short punt formation. Ed Brown passes to Bill McCall, who's rolled out of bounds on the Bears' 44. But a 15-yard penalty on this play cancels out the advance, and now the Bears are forced to kick. Ed Brown boots. Gene Gillespie takes it at midfield, cuts to the outside, and sprints to the Chicago 39, where Bill Whitekin drags him out of bounds. This play presents a perfect picture of Frank Gifford in action. Gifford is trapped while attempting to pass, but that doesn't faze Frank. With some fancy footwork, he transforms a snafu play into a snappy 16-yard gain. Mel Triplett powers through the middle, and the Giants are sitting pretty on the Chicago 18. That's the end of the line for the New York Express, and Ben Agajanian attempts to salvage the situation, but Ben's boot is off course. For one of the few times today, Jim Lee Howell's Giants failed to cash in on a scoring opportunity, and Jim is none too happy about it. George Blanda takes over at the signal calling post for Chicago, but he has no more success than his predecessor, Ed Brown, as robust Andy Robustelli creams him for a 5-yard loss. The Bears can't make up the loss, and they're forced to kick out of danger again. That's Ed Brown doing the punting, and he gets it away. Gene Gillespie, standing on the Giant 40, makes a fair catch. That's the final play of third quarter, with the New York Giants sporting an almost insurmountable 40-7 bulge over the Chicago Bears. The Giants put the ball in play in the fourth quarter, with Gifford packing the pigskin on a pitch out around the left wing for a 4-yard gain. For only the third time today, the Giants are stopped and forced to kick. Don Chandler gets away a long boot. McNeil Moore fields it on the 16, and he's smothered immediately. Number 83, Big Bill McCall, leads Chicago's offensive unit into action. The Bears put McCall right to work as Blanda pinpoints him with a 13-yard pass. Blanda tries to get away another pass, but Andy Robustelli runs him down 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Blanda promptly makes up that loss with 6 yards to boot as he passes to Jim Dooley, who button hooks and bags the ball on the Chicago 35. It looks like Blanda is bringing the Bears out of hibernation as he hits Harlan Hill with a 12-yard completion. The Giants are doing a giant-sized job in containing the running of Rick Caceres. But Rick gets into the thick of things here as he shags a fair pass for an 8-yard pickup. Frank Gifford joins Jim Lee Howell on the sideline to shout encouragement to their team. It's 4th and 4 now, and Blanda's trying to pick up a first down. He passes in the left flat to Bob Watkins, but Watkins drops the ball, and the Giants take over. Andy Robustelli, the game's outstanding defensive player, is enjoying his second consecutive championship game. Last year, he played with Los Angeles. The Giants mean strictly business. Mel Triplett stays on his pins as he spins through the Chicago secondary for 19 yards. Charlie Connolly, New York's peerless passer, is perfection personified. Charlie spirals the pigskin direct to who else? Frank Gifford, and it's good for 29 yards. Watch this play carefully as Connolly passes to Gifford for a score. And you'll see Art Spieler, our Miller High Life cameraman, get into the thick of the action. Now let's see what the sideline camera saw on that thrilling Connolly to Gifford touchdown. Look out! Oh, well, it's all in a day's work. And the game goes on with New York in front, 47-7. Don Chandler sends the kickoff careening into the end zone where Don Bingham is waiting for it. Bingham races straight ahead but runs into a stone wall at the Chicago goal. The Bears are in that short punt formation again with Ed Brown, the deep man, throwing to Jim Dooley for a gain of 15 yards. Brown is filling the air with footballs as Chicago fights to save face. Harlan Hill takes this down-and-out toss right at midfield. Brown takes a direct pass from center and tries to get a pass away. The Giants are in hot pursuit, and Walt Jaworski crunches Brown 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That's all for Brown, and George Blanda comes back in the game. But this just isn't Chicago's day. Linebacker Bill Svoboda, a demon all day on defense, picks off this pass. Svoboda sweeps back to the Bears' 46. Bill Svoboda, number 30, a 7-year veteran from Tulane University, is a tired warrior as he walks to the bench with tiny Roosevelt Greer. Quarterback Bobby Clatterbuck joins in the parade of giant performers, and he feeds a handoff to Mel Triplett that clicks for 16 yards. Clatterbuck passes on this play, and the punter, Don Chandler, shags it for 6 yards. Clatterbuck attempts a 4th down pass, but he can't get it away, and the Bears take over as the final seconds tick away. Chicago is trying. Blanda passes on the screen to Rick Caceres for a 19-yard gain, but that's the end of the game. A spectacular 47-7 victory for New York, coached superbly by Jim Lee Howell and his staff. paced offensively by Triplett, Webster, Connerly, Gifford, and Roach, bolstered defensively by 11 men resembling Sherman tanks, the New York Giants win professional football's biggest prize, the World's Championship.
Football fans, this is Bill McColgan speaking to you from Briggs Stadium in Detroit, Michigan, where this afternoon the Browns and the Lions battle it out for the world supremacy of professional football. Both the Lions and the Browns are seeking to add luster to already glorious comebacks this year. The Lions, after winning the Western Division title in 1954, dropped all the way to the cellar in 55. A gallant effort to return to the top fell one game short just a year ago when they lost the division crown to the Chicago Bears. But this season, under their new head coach, George Wilson, the Lions made it all the way back, and they did it the hard way. In their last 4 games, they had to come up with victories over the Green Bay Packers, the Browns, the Chicago Bears, and the San Francisco 49ers. The Lions have definitely been a second-half football team over that span. In the second half of those 4 games, they have allowed a total of only 13 points while scoring 76 themselves. The Browns' comeback was of a different type. They won the championship in 1955, but fell to 4th place in the Eastern Division last year with a record of 5-7. The squad, which includes 12 rookies and 5 second-year men, beat the defending champion New York Giants 6-3 in the regular season opener, and that was the psychological lift they needed. Having beaten the champs, they felt they could go all the way. They were led by Tommy O'Connell, a quarterback who many said was too small to make the grade in the professional ranks. It was said that O'Connell didn't have the speed nor the maneuverability to cope with the present-day defenses in pro football. Well, Tommy answered those critics by leading the National Football League in passing as he sparked the Browns to the Eastern Division crown. Speaking of O'Connell, he suffered a severe ankle sprain in one of the final games of the year, this one against the Chicago Cardinals, when he was tackled from behind by Leo Sugar. O'Connell has not seen action since then, but he, of course, has been working out with the Browns for the past couple of weeks, and he has been nominated by head coach Paul Brown to start in this big football game this afternoon. Tommy, of course, during his collegiate days at the University of Illinois, was the Big Ten's top passer. The Browns and the Lions are no newcomers to the championship game. They have met no fewer than 3 times in the past 6 years. They battled it out at Municipal Stadium in Cleveland in 1952, Detroit winning that one by a score of 17-7. Doak Walker, now retired, came up with a big play in that football game, a 67-yard touchdown run. The next year, the scene changed to here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. That was 1953, when the Lions again defeated the Browns 17-16. Lou Groza of the Browns kicked 3 field goals, and Chick Jagady scored a touchdown for Cleveland, but the Lions won it in the final minutes on a 33-yard pass play from Bobby Lane to Jim Doran. Back in Cleveland in 1954, Otto Graham was the big gun, running for 3 touchdowns, passing for the same number as the Browns defeated the Lions 56-10. And here again this afternoon, it's the Browns and the Detroit Lions battling it out for the World Football Championship. It's a good day for football. The sun is shining here in Detroit. The temperature is 32 degrees, and the wind 18 miles an hour from the west-southwest. The Cleveland Browns, in the toss about 15 minutes ago, won it, as Mike McCormick, their offensive captain, called it, and they'll receive the opening kickoff. They'll defend the north goal. Detroit will kick and will defend the south goal. It's my pleasure to introduce for the play-by-play in the first period and the starting lineups, Ray Scott.
Thank you very much, Bill McColgan, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are. And welcome, by way of NBC Radio, to this professional World's Championship game. Jim Martin comes to the ball. His boot is high, sails deep and far over the end line. It'll be an automatic touchback. First down and 10, the Cleveland Browns will put the ball in play. The right end is Preston Carpenter, and the left end split is Brewster, and O'Connell fades to pass on the first play. He throws deep and out to the left, and Brewster has it at the sidelines and is belted out of bounds immediately after a gain of 17 yards. O'Connell under center. The snap, pitch going to the left side and swinging outside of end and belted out of bounds at the 43-yard line is Jimmy Brown. It'll find
Kenny Collins punting from the Cleveland 31. The pass from center is true. The kick is a wobbly one off to the right. Barr watches it land at the 25, rolls back to the 20. He picks it up and is downed immediately at the 10-yard line. He was driven back from the 11, is where the ball will be placed, as Terry Barr elected to handle that punt with 3 Browns standing by. Second down, 11. Split out to the left is Jim Doran. Again, it is Gedman off left tackle. He finds a big hole, comes to the 15, to the 20, and spins to the 20 and a half. Don Paul in on the defensive play for Cleveland. Gene Gedman. The snap, and Rote fades to pass. He looks, he throws over the middle, and it is complete at the Browns' 40-yard line to right end Steve Junker. Second down, 9. Rote fades to pass on second down, 9. He hits his man at the 26-yard line, Doran. He falls forward to the 25 as he's tackled. Tobin Rote under center. No score in the game, first quarter. A fake to Johnson, and Gedman on a trap play over the right side. Comes up to the 22-yard line, and there he's thrown back very hard by 4 Cleveland Brown players. And again, Tobin Rote has his right end tight, and Jim Doran split left about 8 yards, and Rote fades to pass on second down, 7. He throws deep for Cassidy. He's in the end zone. It is incomplete. Warren Lahr. And so now with fourth down at about 7, into the game comes Jim Martin. He will apparently attempt the field goal. The snap, the kick. It is good. The score, the Detroit Lions 3, the Cleveland Browns nothing. For first, and lead 3-0 at the midway point of the first period. The whistle with Campbell and Brown deep to receive. Jimmy Brown in the end zone, takes it 5 yards deep and decides to run it out. He comes up the left side of the 5 to the 10, and he's spun under at the 17. Carpenter and Jimmy Brown. O'Connell fades to pass. Excellent protection. Throws out to the left side. Renfro has it at the 27-yard line. He's brought down immediately. The snap. Straight ahead goes Jimmy Brown. Across the 30, he has the first down with a couple of yards to spare. And Renfro is an inside flanker on the right side. And the running backs are wide apart as O'Connell fades to pass. He looks once, he throws. It is intercepted by Bob Long. He's at the 30, the Brown 25. He's at the 20-yard line. Second down, 9. Rote fades the pass. Now he runs up the middle. He's at the 15. He's at the 10. The 5, the 3, the 1-yard line. He's right down within a foot or so of that goal line. First down and goal to go on the 1. Rote sneaks into the end zone for the touchdown. Jim Martin comes into the game. He will attempt the extra point as the Lions now lead with 4 minutes of play unofficially remaining in the first period, 9-0. Rote will hold. The snap, the ball is down. The kick is in the air. It is good. The point is good, and the score now. The Detroit Lions 10, the Cleveland Browns nothing. If you're at the goal line, Martin comes to the ball. His kick is high and swings off to the right. Campbell comes up to it at the 3-yard line, to the 10, to the left, 15, to the 20, to the 23-yard line. A fumble, the ball is loose. It is rolling back toward the goal line. It is recovered at the 15-yard line by Detroit. At the 14-yard line, Rote fades the pass. Looks right, looks left. Over the middle, it is complete to the 5, to Junker, to the 2, to the 1. And he's swarmed under at about the 2-yard line. Right over the middle, Steve Junker got loose. Rote under center again, a massed defensive line. Straight ahead goes Gedman. He is in there. Rote holding, Martin attempting the conversion. The snap, the ball is down, the kick is in the air. It is good. And so now the Detroit Lions lead the Cleveland Browns by a score of 17-0. With a little better than a minute remaining in the first period, Martin comes to the ball. His boot is down the middle, and Reynolds at the 4, slips to one knee, gets up, comes to the 10, 15, 20, 22, and there he's hit by a very hard tackle. Brown and Carpenter at the running back positions, and fading to pass is O'Connell. He looks to the left, and he throws deep, intended for Brewster. It is complete, and going out of bounds at the 42-yard line, outside the right end, who is tight this time, as O'Connell gives to Carpenter. Fakes to Carpenter, and off to the left side goes Renfro with blockers in front of him to the 50, 45, 40, into Detroit territory at the 37-yard line. A beautiful fake that time. O'Connell the snap. Swinging out to the left this time is Carpenter. He cuts back sharply, brought down from behind at the 35-yard line. There is the gun. That's the end of the first quarter and the score. The Detroit Lions 17, the Cleveland Browns nothing.
We get underway with the second period. The Browns up to the line of scrimmage. Pete Bruce to the left end is split. The flanker, Ray Renfro, is out to the right. The handoff goes to the fullback, Jimmy Brown. He's at the 30, down to the 25. He's to the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5, and he's in for a touchdown. Jimmy Brown leaves Detroit tacklers scattered all over the field. Carl Karalevich had a shot at him. Tommy O'Connell holding. There's the snapback from center. It's spotted, it's booted, it's good. And it's now a 17-7 football game. It was his 58-yard run which started them on the road to victory. Groza gets the whistle, moves up on the football. It's a low kick going down to about the 4-yard line. It's taken by Larry's to the 10, the 15, to the 20, moves to his left at the 25, and goes down as he gets to about the 29 or the 30. Gail Larry, the former Texas A&M star from Fort Worth, Texas, is out to the right. Middleton out to the left. The left-end junker split by about 5 yards. Rhodes is going back to pass. He throws. It's good to Doran at the 25-yard line. Wrestled out of bounds by Kenny Cons. Second down and 8 yards to go for the Detroit Lions. Run is the left end. Here it goes to Johnson. He's at the 30, the 35. He's at the 40. Cuts to his left. He's at the 45-yard line. Is hit and still on his feet, and now is dropped at the 47. It is now second down for Detroit. 10 yards to go. The ball on the Cleveland 41. 9 minutes left to play. Rote throws the quick one. Tracy has it at the 30. Down to the 25. Tackled by Waller Michaels. That time Tobin Rote sent about 4 receivers downfield. Tracy has been injured on the play. He was hit hard by Waller Michaels. A 16-yard pass play from Tobin Rote to Tom Tracy. Jim Martin trying another field goal. It's a fake. Rote is running with the ball. He throws a pass, and it's going to be for a touchdown. Fake field goal. Jim Martin now trying for the extra point. The ball is spotted. It's booted. It's good. And the Detroit Lions now lead by a score of 24-7. Jim Martin getting set to kick off for the Detroit Lions. There's the kick. It's a good high one. Reynolds goes way back and goes out of the end zone, so it'll be a touchback, and the Browns will take over 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line. Anchor out to the left. Tommy O'Connell at quarterback, calling the signals. He takes. He's going back to pass. He throws. It's good to Brewster at the 35-yard line. Tackled immediately and pushed out of bounds. 1st and 10 as the Browns move to the line of scrimmage. The handoff goes to Lou Carpenter. He gets the block from Robinson, but he is nailed and back to the line of scrimmage. Chad Hanulak into the football game. Hanulak at the running halfback position. And the Lions in their 5-man line. The flip goes to Hanulak. He's going to throw the football. He throws. It is intercepted. Chad Hanulak trying to pass to Ray Renfro, but it was intercepted by Jim David. There's the snap back to Rote. He's back to pass. He gets protection. He throws. It's good to Junker. He has it at the 40. He's at the 35. Down to the 30. He fumbles. The ball is in the playing field. It is picked up by Don Paul down inside the 10 in Cleveland territory, and down he goes at the 6-yard line. Papillon Cassidy, I believe, who made the tackle of the left end, split way out. Zatkoff over there to cover him. O'Connell throwing over this way. It is intercepted by Terry Barr, and it's going to be a touchdown. Tommy O'Connell throwing from his end zone, intended for Pete Brewster at about the 18-yard line in Cleveland territory. Picked off by the speedy Terry Barr, the former Michigan star, who raced down the near sideline. No one had a chance.
When it comes to buying cars, I guess most people are looking for some way to get more for less. And surprising as it may seem, a simple comparison can show you just how to do that. Just compare Pontiac with cars in the low price class. You'll find no matter which way you look at it, style, performance, comfort, or value, the Pontiac Chieftain beats the best of the low price three, and for less money.
Now Tobin Rote holding at the 10-yard line. Jim Martin boots, and it's good. The point is good. The score is the Detroit Lions 31, the Cleveland Browns 7. The Browns have their work cut out for them if they hope to get back in this football game. They trail by a score of 31-7 with just a couple of minutes remaining in the first half. Martin kicking off. Jimmy Brown takes it in the end zone. He's to the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25, the 30, the 35. Cuts to his left. He's at the 45-yard line to the 46, and there he's tackled. Up along Cassidy, making the tackle for the Detroit Lions. Renfro out to the right. Milt Plum, the quarterback, draws at the 50, the 45. He cuts to his right and gets to the 36-yard line where he is tackled by Terry Barr. Ends up there in a 6-man line. The rush will be on this time. Plum back to pass. He gets protection. He throws. It is intercepted. Joe Smith, the Lion captain, has it down at the 19-yard line. He was tackled immediately by Preston Carpenter. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM Schenectady.
Rote is set to hold the ball. It's spotted. It's booted. It is no good. It's off to the left. The 44-yard field goal try is no good, and the score remains 31-7. That's the end of the first half. The score, the Detroit Lions 31, the Cleveland Browns 7.
At Briggs Stadium in Detroit, Michigan, Ray Scott along with Bill McColgan at halftime of the championship game of the National Football League between the Detroit Lions and the Cleveland Browns.
We have some official statistics. First downs rushing for Detroit 7, the Browns 4. Passing, the Lions 6, the Browns 3. By penalty, none. Total first downs, Detroit 13, the Browns 7. Yards gained rushing, the Lions 95, the Browns 89. Passing, Detroit 125, Cleveland 54. Yards lost attempted passing, Detroit none, Cleveland 7. Total yards gained, that's net, 220 for the Lions, 143 for the Browns. The Lions have taken to the air 14 times. Tobin Rudd has completed 7 of them. The Browns have thrown 12 times, completed only 4. And the Lions, and this has been a big factor in the game thus far, have intercepted 4 of the Cleveland passes. 2 of Tommy O'Connell's, 1 of Chet Hanulak, and 1 of Milt Plum. The Lions have already received instruction from their coaching staff. They're all set to receive the kickoff for the third period. The Browns are still huddled around their head coach, Paul Brown, who undoubtedly had something to say to them at halftime in the locker room in an attempt to get back into this championship football game. The Browns are now moving out on the field, so here again, with the play-by-play of the third period of this football game, is Ray Scott.
Right, Bill McColgan. Kicking off will be Lou Groza. He comes up to the ball. His boot is high, fairly deep. Larry at the goal line. To the 5 up the middle, 10, 15, swings to the right, 20, 25-yard line, he's snowed under. Yale Larry. Tobin Rote under center. The snap. Looks, throws. Cassidy has it at the 34, rolls forward to the 35. Fumble. Cleveland is on the ball. It was after the whistle, so ruled by the officials. 31-7 the score, the Lions on top. A high pass from center. Larry gets it. His boot is a high and a very deep one. Drives Reynolds back to the 19-yard line. Swings to the right. Cut from behind at the 20. Cut from behind by John Gordy. On second down, 10 from the 20. Plum under center. Pitches out to the right to Carpenter. He comes up to the line of scrimmage to the 25, to the 30, swings to the 35, to the right sideline, 40, 45, and upended at the 48-yard line. Renfro flanks outside the left end. Swinging out to the left side is Preston Carpenter. Gets away from 2 tacklers, is stormed under at the 49. Lou Carpenter. It's a double wing now. Lou Carpenter comes out to the left, and Plum fades the pass. It is complete to Carpenter at the 35, comes to the 32-yard line, and there he's upended. Preston Carpenter. Renfro flanks to the right. The ends are tight. Off to the right guard position goes Lou Carpenter across the 30 to the 28-yard line. After a fake first to the fullback up the middle. Milt Plum under center. The snap. Fake to 2 men, rolls out to the right looking for a receiver. He's being chased. He throws. He has Carpenter at the 18, and he's down at the 16. Preston Carpenter, the right end. Went down, went out. Milt Plum rolled out to the right, spotted him, and Milt Plum the snap. Swinging out to the left is Jimmy Brown. He has 1 blocker in front of him. He's being chased. He gets to the 15. He gets to the 10-yard line, swinging out to the left and out of bounds. Plum under center. The snap fades directly back to pass. He's looking. He throws out to the right to Carpenter. He has at the 6. He's belted out of bounds at the 5. Preston Carpenter. He Renfro a yard outside the left end. First and goal at the 5. Out to the left side comes Carpenter, Preston Carpenter. He cuts and he's into the end zone. 80 yards and 10 plays for the Browns as Groza, with O'Connell holding, will try for the extra point. The ball is down. The kick is in the air. It is good. The point is good. The score now, the Detroit Lions 31, the Cleveland Browns 14. It was Lou Carpenter, not Preston Carpenter. Lou wearing number 30, not Preston number 40, but he's into the end zone, and the Browns have that touchdown that they needed. Lou Groza preparing to kick off for the Browns with Gedman and Larry deep to receive as the Browns have started what their followers hope will be a second half comeback. Groza comes to the ball. Fairly deep into the end zone. Larry, 2 yards deep, comes to the 5, swings to the left, back to the right, 15, 20, spins away from 2 tacklers, but is down at the 22. Cassidy flanks out to the left. Johnson, Gedman in the running back position. Rote throws deep. Doran's there. He has it at the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. He's going all the way. 78 yards. The excellent protection set up for Tobin Rote, who first faked the pitch to the left, enabled him to get all the time that was necessary for Jim Doran to get behind the secondary and complete a 78-yard pass and run play.
It took the Browns 10 plays to get their TD. The Lions got it back in just 1. Ray Scott.
And we still have better than 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Jim Martin preparing to kick off for Detroit. In deep position are Billy Reynolds and Jimmy Brown for Cleveland. The kick is high, not very deep. Brown takes it at the 11. Comes to the 15, the 20, swings to the left to the 25, to the 28. The snap, and Plum fades to pass. He is hit, and down he goes at the 17. As that time, the Detroit Lions used the strategy of shoot the gap with the linebackers. And along with Krause and Maines, the linebackers were really in there, and Plum never had a chance. 4th down, 17 coming up for the Browns from their own 20-yard line. The Browns now in punt formation will have Kenny Cons kicking from the 5. The pass from center, the punt. Fair catch by Larry at the 41-yard line of Detroit. The snap, fake to Johnson. Off to the left goes Gedman. Across the line of scrimmage and across the 45 to the 46. A pickup of 4 for Gedman. 4-man Cleveland line as Rote fades as if to pass, runs up the middle, swings out to the right. He is caught from behind, but not until he crosses the 40 to the 38-yard line. A penalty marker was dropped, 15 yards, illegal use of hands. The snap, and Rote again fades to pass. Right over the middle it is Junker at the 10, 5, touchdown! The score is 45 for Detroit, 14 for Cleveland. Martin comes to the ball. His boot sails off to the left. It is picked up at the 10 to the 15 by Reynolds, 20, 25, swings to the left, swarmed under at the 29. John Gordy led the defensive charge along with Jim Martin. A 5-man line for Detroit. The snap, off to the left comes Jimmy Brown to the 30, wrestles away from one man to the 35 and spins up to the 40. He picks up enough yardage for a first down at the Brown 40-yard line, although Preston Carper is with a couple of yards at right end. Plum fades to pass. He's back at his 30. He looks. He never gets the pass away. It has fallen on the 32-yard line. It is ruled not a pass, but a fumble. Jerry Perry.
Dave Middleton is out to the right. The Lion line is tight. The handoff goes, fakes to Hart. Rote going back to throw. He throws a long one, and it is another touchdown. 32-yard scoring play. In the first minute of play of the 4th period. Martin gets the whistle, moves up on the ball. It's a high kick. It's short this time. Reynolds takes it at the 8-yard line, straight ahead to the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25, and there he is hit on a jarring tackle. Plum of the ball. He gives to Lou Carpenter away from one man. He's at the 40, the 45, cuts back in, loses his footing as he does so. He is downed at the 47-yard line. Plum calls the signals. He fakes to one man. He's going back to pass. He gets away from a Lion defender. Now he runs with the ball. He's at the 50, the 45, to the 40 in Detroit territory. And he is wrestled to the ground at the 42. The Lions are up there right now in a 7-man line. The handoff to Carpenter. He finds an opening. He's down to the 30, and there he is hit and hit hard. The left end, Brewster by about 3. Plum of the ball. He flips to the fullback, Jimmy Brown. He's around the right side. He's at the 30, down to about the 28. and he is hit by Jack Christensen. Lou Carpenter to the left, Ray Renfro to the right. The Lions now are in a six-man line, and the rush is on. Mill Plum. He throws one right over the middle to Lou Carpenter. Preston Carpenter, rather, number 40. He gets inside the 25 to the 23, and there he's dropped, and the Lions take over. The Detroit team had the rush on that time. Plum did get the pass away over the middle. The game is being brought to you by High Grade, spelled Hygrade. Cassidy is out to the right. The handoff goes to Gedman. Wide to the left. He's at the 25, to the 28, the 30-yard line. Vince Costello wrestles him to the ground there, along with a couple of other Browns. Flag on the play, however, and it is going to be a penalty against the Cleveland Browns. And now Jerry Rykow comes into the ballgame. Tobin Roach goes out. Listen to the hand he gets. Jerry Rykow in there at quarterback. He hands off to Cassidy. He's at the 50, the 45, the 40, and he is dropped at the 35-yard line. Wrestled down there by 4 or 5 of the Browns was Don Paul, who made the initial stop. 1st and 10, and now the Lions are in good position to get that extra touchdown that their fans have been looking for. The signals he takes. Again, he hands to Cassidy on that same play, and Cassidy gets to about the 17-yard line. Jordan Dibble is the right end. The left hand split by about 5 yards. Rykow rolls to his right. He throws. There's a man there. Cassidy has it for a touchdown. It's spotted. It's booted. It's good. Good, and the score is now 59-14. The Detroit Lions are champions of the National Football League. The final score, the Detroit Lions 58, the Cleveland Browns 14. We'll be back in a moment with a final wrap-up of today's game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the 1957 Professional Championship game is now history. A crowd of over 55,000 here at Briggs Stadium, Detroit, I believe at many points in today's game could not quite believe what they were seeing. A Detroit Lion team that has won the professional championship by a score of 59-14. This broadcast was produced by NBC sports editor Paul Jonas.
This televised broadcasting is brought to you by the History of Sports Network.
The 1958 World Championship of Professional Football, featuring the New York Giants and the Baltimore Colts, with Chris Schenkel. The New York Giants, bruised and battered and held together by adhesive tape, won 8 of their last 9 games to earn their 10th Eastern Conference crown. The Baltimore Colts topped off a 5-year building program by smashing to their first Western title with ease. As usual, Don Heinrich starts at quarterback for New York. Heinrich fumbles. Gino Marchetti recovers on the Giant 45. It's a big break for Baltimore, and Johnny Unitas tries to take advantage of it. But Carl Karolevich leaps in front of Raymond Berry to intercept the pass, and New York is back in business in its own 45. The burly Baltimore line refuses to cough up a first down, and Don Chandler drops back to punt. He takes his time and booms a beauty to veteran safety man Carl Tassif. Tassif is forced out of bounds on the Colts 15. Lenny Moore is flanked right, and Crow's over there to cover him. But as Unitas fires a long pass, Moore is a half step behind Crow, and that's all he needs. Lenny lopes to the 25 on a 60-yard play. Thanks to a penalty, the Colts have 11 to go on 3rd down. Lenny Moore tries to get outside, but he's cut down at the corner after 2 yards. Steve Myra is set to try a field goal. It's blocked by Sam Huff. The Giants take over on the 22, and they'll be trying to move the ball. And move they do. Connolly is at quarterback now, and he flips a short pass to Mel Triplett. Mel digs hard for a 9-yard gain. With the Colts rushing him hard, Connolly shovels a quick pitch out to Frank Gifford. Gifford gets a great block from Roosevelt Brown and gallops down the sidelines for a 43-yard gain. Bill Pellington hangs on for dear life to pull Frank down. Alex Webster takes off from his right halfback position and swings back over the middle as Connolly throws. But Alex falls on the frozen turf. It's fourth down coming up, and New York elects to go for the field goal. Pat Summerall kicks from the 36. It's good. New York fans howl for joy as the Giants lead 3-0 at the end of the first quarter. The Giants have the ball as the second period opens. Connerly lobs the flare pass to Gifford. Gene Lipscomb and Don Shinnick slam him down, and Frank fumbles. Ray Krause recovers for the Colts on the New York 20 for another big Baltimore break. The confident Colts are only 10 yards away. Lenny Moore comes wide to the left and keeps his feet on an 8-yard dash to the New York 2-yard line. When Baltimore is this close, there's only one thing to do. Amici puts down his head and bangs over for the touchdown. 15,000 Colts fans rock the stadium as their heroes take the lead. Steve Meyer's conversion makes it a 7-3 game. The Giants just can't get going, and Don Chandler gets off one of his towering punts. Jackie Simpson is under it, but he fumbles the ball. In the scramble for the ball, Buzz Guy takes over for New York on the Baltimore 10. But they're in for a rude jolt. Gifford loses the handle on a pitch out, and alert Don Joyce recovers to give Baltimore a new lease on life. Johnny Unitas is doing a fine job of play calling. He flips the screen pass to Alan Amici, and the big fullback barrels to the 29 for a first down. The Colts make it look easy as they crunch upfield. Lenny Moore cuts back over the middle and drives to another first down on the Baltimore 39. The Colts go back to their aerial game with Unitas backpedaling and firing to Raymond Berry. Berry latches on but was out of bounds. The Colts don't like the call, but the official's word is law. Johnny's been saving this little maneuver. As the overeager Giants come rushing in, Unitas ducks away with L.G. Dupre clearing the road. It's a 16-yard gain and the first down on the Giant 30. Baltimore draws a 5-yard penalty, and the Colts will have to come up with another big one. With Moore faking down the right side, Unitas suddenly whirls and hits Ray Berry in the left sideline for 13 yards. 3rd and 1. It's time for power, and that means Amici. The Baltimore bulldozer battles inside left end for the first down with room to spare as he makes it to the 15. Colt blockers build a fence around Unitas as he cocks his arm. Berry is loose in the end zone. Touchdown, Baltimore! Myra kicks the conversion to give the Colts a comfortable 14-3 lead at halftime. The 64,185 packed into Yankee Stadium saw a violent, tense first half, with every man on the field hitting as hard as he knew how on every play. They know by now they are witnessing a genuine football classic, and even sights such as this can't curb their impatience for the second half to get underway. At the start of the third quarter, the Colts lead 14-3 and are confident they can keep the momentum. Here they move from a giant punt. Unitas has his usual fine protection as he throws a long one. Jim Mutchler makes a sensational catch between two defenders and falls to the Giant 27. It's a crucial play in this drive. Unitas whips the ball as hard as he can, and Berry makes a great grab in front of Carl Karalevich for a first down on the 15. The Giants have done a good job of covering Lenny Moore, but there's nothing they can do to stop him from catching this slant pass, and Moore squirms all the way to the New York 3. It's goal to go and 4 downs to do it. Alan Amici hammers so hard at the left side that 2 Giant players are stunned, but he's still a yard short. 2nd and 1. Unitas keeps and crashes into the crowd like a rush hour commuter, but the Giants slam the door and the Colts are still a yard away. 3rd and 1. Amici is usually infallible in this situation, but the mighty New York defensive unit rises up to stop him for no gain. 4th and 1. The Colts won't settle for a field goal. It's a quick pitch out to Amici. Cliff Livingston streaks in to cut him down for a 4-yard loss, and the Giants hold. It's 3rd and 2 now, but Connerly gambles and goes for the long play. Kyle Rote, usually a short receiver, is way upfield to take the ball and break away from his defenders. Andy Nelson and Ray Brown land on him like a ton of bricks, and Rote fumbles. Alex Webster races in to pick up the ball and carry to the 1 on an 86-yard play. The Giants are determined to see the other side of that goal line. Mel Triplett blasts into the Colts with all his might. The referee's arms go up, and the Giants have scored their first touchdown. Pat Summerall's placement makes it 14-10, and Bedlam breaks loose in the stands. The tide of battle has changed as the Colts are forced to punt, and Charlie Connolly hoists a 17-yard pass over the middle to Bob Schnelker on the final play of the third quarter. Connolly has found a flaw in the Baltimore pass defense, and he exploits it again on the first play of the final period. Bob Schnelker is in the clear, and all Andy Nelson can do is hold him to a 46-yard gain. First down, and Connolly comes back to throw for the fired-up Giants. Frank Gifford takes it on the run and manages to stay inbounds as he fights past Milt Davis. Touchdown, Giants! The whole complexion of this game has changed. New York now leads 17-14, and it's the Colts who must come from behind. The pressure is all on the Colts now as they move from the kickoff. Unitas passes to Berry on the far sideline, and it's a first down on the Baltimore 44. On 3rd and 9, Unitas tries that slant pass to Moore again, but this time Lyndon Crow is right on top of Lenny to break up the play. The officials decide Crow was a little too quick with that tackle, and the Colts have another first down on an interference penalty. After losing a yard, Unitas goes for the long gainer. He throws straight for the goal line, but it's just beyond the fingertips of L.G. Dupre. It's 4th down, and the Colts try for a tie as Bert Retchachar boots from the 46. Retchachar kicks too far under the ball. It's sky high and too short. Another Colt drive is dead. The New Yorkers bid for an insurance touchdown. Charlie Connolly chucks a short pass to Ken McAfee, and Ken gets out to his own 39 for a first down. The Giants put 2 blockers in front of Frank Gifford and send him slashing off right tackle. Gifford crosses the 50 and gets to the Colt 46. It's vital that the New Yorkers hang on to that ball, but Big Daddy Lipscomb pulls down Phil King so hard he loses his grip. Ray Krause makes his second clutch recovery of the game for Baltimore. With the ball on the New York 42, this is a golden opportunity. Unitas passes. Lenny Moore has it at the goal line. A roar goes up from the crowd, but Moore was out of bounds, and it's just an incomplete pass. On 3rd down, Unitas takes aim on his most dependable receiver. Raymond Berry gets loose for the catch and is belted out of bounds on the Giants 31. Just when it looks as if the Colts are on their way, the roof caves in. Andy Robustelli bursts into collar Unitas for a huge loss. Unitas has to eat the ball again, and there's nothing left to do but punt. Ray Brown gets it away. Jim Patton takes it on the 5 and rockets to the 19. With the seconds ticking away, the Giants only need to control the ball for a couple of minutes. Alex Webster takes a pass for a first down. 3rd down and 4 to go. The give is to Gifford again, and he hits the same hole, but he's a little less than a yard short. Now Coach Jim Lee Howell must decide whether to punt or go for the first down. The Giants feel they can hold the Colts if they are deep in their own territory, and Chandler's been punting beautifully all day. It's another good one, and Carl Tassett has to call for a fair catch on his own 14. It's now or never for Baltimore. Unitas fades and sends a skyscraper upfield. But it's too long for Jim Mutchler to catch up with. On 2nd down, Unitas calls on L.G. Dupre as he fires into the flat, but L.G.'s dive is too late. 3rd down and 10 to go, and the Colts catch fire in the clutch. Unitas passes out to Lenny Moore. It's too short, but Moore makes a great catch on his knees for the first down. Unitas will be throwing on every play, and the Giants know it. But Johnny's deadly accuracy pays off. Berry makes the catch and claws his way to midfield with a minute left to play. Colt fans take hope, but 50 yards is a long way to go. Unitas fakes once and fires to Berry. Berry doesn't miss, and he carries to the Giant 35. The Colts must make every play count. Unitas scampers back and looks for Berry. Ray has it on the far side of the field. He battles all the way to the 13 with just 7 seconds left in the game. The Colts don't even huddle. Steve Myra rushes onto the field. The ball is snapped. Myra kicks. It's good! Baltimore ties it up with only 4 or 5 seconds to spare. There's no time for the Giants to retaliate. And this heart-stopping struggle goes into a sudden death overtime period, the first in the history of championship play. Let's watch that history-making field goal as our ground camera saw it from behind the goalpost. No doubt about it. It's one of the really big moments in football. Now, after 3.5 minutes of rest, the teams will toss for the right to receive and play until one of them scores. The first team to score by any method will be the 1958 world champion. After the short rest period, the Giants win the toss and elect to receive. A whistle blows, and Bert Retchachar boots the ball through the early evening gloom. An eager Don Maynard bobbles the ball, but recovers quickly and gets to the New York 20. 2nd and 6. Connolly feels it's time to get moving. He triggers a toss intended for Bob Schnelker, but Big Bob can't hold it. 3rd and 6. Connolly tries to outfox the Colts as he rolls out as if to pass, keeps the ball and bolts up the sideline. You can see the linesman stick on the far side. Connolly is just a yard short. Rather than risk giving the Colts the ball within field goal range, the Giants send Chandler back to punt. Carl Tassif refuses to play it safe with a fair catch and tries to return the ball, but he's nailed almost in his tracks. Colts coach Wee Eubank is praying his offensive unit hasn't cooled off. L.G. Dupre answers his prayers by taking the ball on the first play and scrambling for 11 yards over the right side. Johnny Unitas is the coolest customer the game of football has ever seen. He steps back and tries for the distance. Lenny Moore is there, but so is Lyndon Crow for a sensational save. The Colts are calling on their whole bag of tricks. With 2 men flanked wide, Unitas puts a swing pass to Amici, and Allen just makes the 8 yards needed for a first down. But the Giants stage an uprising as mighty Mo Gillespie charges in to ride Unitas down for an 8-yard loss to the Colt 36. Now the Giant rooters take hope, but Unitas and company are not to be stopped. Unitas refuses to let go of the ball until he sees Barry break loose. Then he's right on target as Baltimore moves all the way to the Giant 43. Unitas comes up with an inspired call. It's a trap, and it provides a huge hole for Alan Amici. The horse gallops through and thunders for 23 yards to the New York 20. The Colts are within easy field goal range. The Giants expect the Colts to stay on the ground, but Unitas pops a quick pass to Raymond Berry. It's first down and goal to go on the New York 8-yard line. The Giant defenders get set for a goal line stand. The ball goes to Amici, and he spins for 1 yard to the 7. Unitas pulls another surprise. He whirls and passes all the way out to the sideline. Mutchler is there, and he makes his way to the 1. It's 3rd down. Will they kick or try once more for the touchdown? They elect to go for the 6 points. Alan Amici dives through a huge hole, and the game is over. The Baltimore Colts win a historic overtime victory, beating the Eastern Conference champion New York Giants 23-17 in a truly magnificent come-from-behind effort. Let's watch again the play that made the Colts the world champions of football. The Colts clean everything out of the way, and Amici bounces on the touchdown turf as his delirious fans close in. This was a pitched battle every inch of the way between 2 real championship teams, and it was not until the final seconds that either was able to establish clear superiority. Few who were in Yankee Stadium on that long, excitement-filled afternoon will ever...
The Baltimore fans, among the most partisan anywhere, have snapped up every ticket offered, and Baltimore's Memorial Stadium begins to fill up long before game time. The New York Giants squad arrives by bus from its downtown Baltimore hotel. The Giants are calm and confident as they make their way to the dressing room. Charlie Connerly leads the parade. Sam Huff smiles at the crowd. Dick Gillespie is followed by George Shaw and Bob Schnelker. Backfield star Frank Gifford and punter Don Chandler bring up the rear. This is the big one, the rematch of the game that was called the greatest ever. The experts feel that the Giants are improved over last year and should be accorded the edge. But the fans who saw Baltimore's 2 games on the coast against the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams think the Colts are probably the finest offensive machine in the history of football. As the Giants come out to warm up, experts and just plain fans are packed into Memorial Stadium, 57,557 strong, to learn just who is right. Here come the Baltimore Colts. They are grimly determined to repeat last year's playoff victory for their 2nd straight championship. 50-degree weather and sunshine is an unexpected bonus for this time of year. Sam Huff, New York's great linebacker, has won more publicity for the pro game's defensive maneuvers than any other single player. Charlie Connerly, 38-year-old Giant quarterback, has starred for 12 seasons in the National League. Frank is New York's jack of all trades. Frank is outstanding as a runner, passer, or pass receiver. Pat Summerall, the Giants' peerless place kicker, has provided the margin of victory in several games. Colt coach Weeb Eubank in the light overcoat meets with Giant coach Jim Lee Howell and the officials as game time nears. Raymond Berry topped the league's pass receivers this year with a sensational 66 receptions for 14 touchdowns. He's one Colt the Giants will have to stop. Another is Lenny Moore. Lenny is Baltimore's top breakaway threat, either as a pass receiver or as an outside runner. Big Jim Muchler plays tight end for Baltimore. His circus catches match those of Berry. And the man who does the throwing for the Colts is Johnny Unitas. Johnny set a new record for touchdown tosses in 1959 while leading the league's passers. The starting Giants are tense and expectant as they're introduced to the crowd prior to the kickoff. They are confident they can turn the tables on Baltimore this year. The keyed-up Colts line up as their names are called, led by Big Jim Parker. Colt captain Gino Marchetti meets with Andy Robustelli, number 81, and Kyle Rote as referee Ronald Gibbs announces the result of the toss. The Giants have won and elect to receive, with the Colts defending the goal to our left. The two squads huddle with their coaches, and we're ready for the kickoff of the 1959 World Professional Football Championship playoff. Steve Myra comes up on the ball and booms it into the zone. Phil King is waiting. He makes the grab and hustles right out of there. But the Colts cut him down at the 20, and the Giants are ready to move from scrimmage. It's Connerly, Gifford, Webster, and Triplett in the backfield. Connerly is going to pass. It's complete to Kyle Rote at the near sideline for a 22-yard gain. First down, Giants. That was a real Giant step, and here's another, as Frank Gifford takes the handoff and circles right end. A block by Jack Stroud gives Gifford running room, and he picks up another 22 yards. But the Baltimore defense takes the initiative away from the New York team. Gino Marchetti chases Connerly all the way back to midfield, and Big Daddy Lipscomb slams him down for a 17-yard loss. Now it's Baltimore's turn to attack. Unitas, Summer, Amici, and Moore are the backs. Unitas whips a bullet over Jim Muchler for a 6-yard gain. Our cameras move in close as Johnny Unitas dances back again. He throws out to the left, and Alan Amici takes it over his shoulder to gallop 13 yards for the Colts' first down. Keep your eye on number 24, Lenny Moore, who is flanked to the right here. Unitas is looking for Raymond Berry out to the left, but suddenly he spots Moore cutting for the center of the field. Johnny's pass is perfectly placed, and Lenny is already behind Lyndon Crow. Nobody is going to catch Moore now, and he lopes to a 60-yard touchdown. The Colts take a quick 7-0 lead over New York. We switch to our ground camera. Steve Myra booms the kickoff downfield. Bill King takes it in the end zone and heads right this way. He gets all the way out to the Giant 3. But Baltimore's stubborn steeds stall New York right there, and Don Chandler gets off another of his soaring punts. Johnny Sample is under it, and he explodes up the sideline. Ray Waiteka finally tackles him at the Giant 15, but Johnny was out of bounds back at his own 42, and the Colts will move from there. Johnny Unitas gets a first-hand look at the Giant defense as Jim Katcavage bursts through to chase him down for a 14-yard loss. With 4th down and 22 yards to go, the Colts get off their first punt of the game. Dave Scherer sends a sky to Jim Patton, who calls for a fair catch on his own 40 with a ring of Colts around him. On 2nd down, the slow-motion camera is rolling as Alec Webster takes Connerly's handoff and bulldozes to a first down on the Baltimore side of the midfield stripe. Connerly goes to the long count on this play before sending Frank Gifford sweeping wide to the right for a 5-yard gain. The Colts are expecting a pass, but Connerly crosses him up as he works the draw with Mel Triplett. Triplett chugs up the middle and travels all the way to the 16 before the Colts can stop him. This play proves disastrous for the Giants. Connerly spots Kyle Rote loose in the end zone, but Charlie's pass is too long, and Rote collides with Johnny Sample in midair as he leaps for the ball. Giant fan Fay Emerson slumps in dismay. Kyle is helped from the field, too groggy to return until late in the game. With one of his top receivers out of action, Connerly returns to the ground. He sends Triplett crashing to the Colt 10. We slow the action again, with Connerly getting set to pass behind good protection. He fires one down and out to his lanky end, Bob Schnelker, and Bob makes a nice catch. It's 1st and goal to go from the Colt 6. The New Yorkers are intent on tying it up. Alec Webster crosses into the left side for 3 yards. On 2nd down, Connerly passes out to Gifford, but Bill Pellington fights off a block and turns Gifford to the inside. Johnny Sample finally drops Gifford for a 6-yard loss. Connerly again tries to go overhead, but his receivers are covered, and Lipscomb pins him down for a 7-yard loss. It's 4th and 16. The Colt defense won't yield a touchdown, but the Giants get 3 points as Pat Summerall kicks a 23-yard field goal. The score reads Baltimore 7, New York 3.
This is ESPN Classic.
After suffering a loss at the hands of the Giant defense, Unitas throws in the 2nd period. Lenny Moore has his man beaten at the sideline and dodges through the New York secondary for a 31-yard gain. Colt partisans call for more of the same as their team lines up at the Giant 35. Mike Sommer drives hard but gets only 3 yards. Billy Pricer's in at fullback for the Colts. He takes Unitas' swing pass, but Harlan Smari wraps him up immediately, and the Colts are back to the 35. Steve Myra is set to see if he can get 3 more points for Baltimore. It's no good, and this grim defensive battle is still drum tight at 7-3. It's 3rd and 8, and the Giants need a big play. Connerly has one in mind, but it doesn't survive the Colt rush led by number 89, Gino Marchetti. Connerly eats the ball for an 11-yard loss, and New York must punt. The veteran Marchetti is playing the greatest game of his career. The slow-motion camera highlights the split-second precision of the Colts' famous slant pass, with Raymond Berry breaking in to meet the ball and take off a 13-yard gain. Unitas is mixing his attack well. He takes 2 steps back and pops a pass to Mutchler as Baltimore picks up a first down at the Giant 24. But Giant resistance stiffens. Unitas is under pressure as he throws down and out. The pass is too long, and Berry catches it out of bounds. It's 4th and 8 from the 22, and Baltimore won't settle for a field goal. The Giants refuse to cooperate as they break up Unitas' pass protection and smother him for a 3-yard loss to take possession of the football. New York tries to move on the ground. Phil King drives into the middle for 4 hard yards. The Baltimore defense turns stingy, and Don Chandler punts on 4th down. It's another good one, and Johnny Sample for a fair catch on his own 22. It's 3rd and 16 from the 16, but Unitas refuses to let go of the ball until he spots his man. It's Raymond Berry, and the play nets 28 yards for a clutch first down. The Giant defense stages an awesome uprising to kill the Colt initiative. Roosevelt Greer rides Unitas to earth for a 10-yard loss as he fails to get rid of the ball for the 2nd time in a row. Johnny keeps right on calling his own number. He's rushed again, but fires on target to Jim Mutchler for 15 yards. That's not enough, and the Giants get the ball on a punt. Connerly goes for the long play with a long pitch upfield. Bob Schnelker outleaps Carl Tassif to make a beautiful catch and lope to the Colt 34. It's a 48-yard gain. The seconds are running out in the first half. Connerly sends a swing pass to Phil King, and Phil makes it to the Baltimore 31. With 11 seconds left, Pat Summerall boots from the 37. Referee Ron Gibbs signals a field goal, but the Colts protest. Gibbs checks with Charlie Sweeney, the back judge, who was standing in the end zone, and Sweeney confirms his decision. Gino Marchetti's oratory can't change anything, and at halftime only 1 point separates the two teams as the Colts lead 7-6. Connerly tries the other side of the Colt defense as he calls for a sweep by Alec Webster. Webster wheels for 9 yards. Connerly hands to Gifford this time. The talented halfback fakes an end run, then passes across the field to Bob Schnelker, and the Giants move to the Baltimore 48. Schnelker is proving to be New York's top receiver today. He makes a great diving catch and rolls to the Colt 26 for a 20-yard gain to keep the Giant drive alive. It's 3rd and 10 from the 15 as the Giants close in, and the slow-motion camera rolls. Connerly's pass is aimed for Frank Gifford, and Gifford thinks he has it, until Johnny Sample streaks in to make a sensational save. With 4th and 10, the stage is set for Pat Summerall. Pat provides a perfect placement, and the Giants lead. They still haven't crossed the Colt goal line, but they're out in front, 9-7. After forcing the Colts to punt, the New Yorkers are at it again. Connerly races back and pegs to Frank Gifford on a nice pattern that nets 19 yards. Colt coach Weeb Eubank is sweating on the sidelines as Connerly comes up to a 3rd and 11 situation. Connerly fires to Bob Schnelker, and the Giants are mighty close to that first down. Referee Gibbs calls for the chain gang and finds that New York has about a foot to go. This is the key play in the game. Webster goes straight ahead and drives for all he's worth, but the Colts put up a solid wall. Here comes the chain gang again. Baltimore has held. As the third quarter runs out, the Colts take charge. Unitas flips a short pass to fast-moving Billy Pricer, who picks up 9 yards. The Colts open the final period by shifting into high gear. Unitas rifles to Berry, and the play earns a first down at the 47. Here's that quick Colt pass again. Lenny Moore's the receiver, and he makes a fast getaway. Lenny is out in the open, but Dick Lynch pulls him down from behind after a 36-yard gain. The Colts close to the goal line. Billy Pricer powers to the New York 9. Unitas doesn't even try to dent New York's forward wall. He bypasses it with a sideline pass to Jim Mutchler for a 5-yard gain. On the next play, Unitas fools the Giants completely. He rolls out and dodges into the end zone, standing up to get the lead back for Baltimore. Let's watch those two plays again from our sideline vantage point. Lyndon Crow hauls down Mutchler right in front of us. Now, Johnny Unitas really digs to make it into the end zone in the climax of a brilliant march that caps the Colt comeback. Baltimore has taken command of the situation with a 14-9 lead. The Giants are forced into a dangerous game as they go for the long gain in an attempt to get back the lead. Connolly throws upfield from his own goal line, but Andy Nelson intercepts for the Colts. New York is in a precarious position now as Andy returns to the 14, bowling over cameraman Herman Ernst in the process. Alan Amici tries the middle of the Giant line and has a tough time picking up 2 yards. But Johnny Unitas has the key that unlocks the touchdown door. As Berry draws 2 defenders into the end zone with him, Jerry Richardson trails. Unitas hits him, and Richardson scampers across for another Colt tally. The score mounts to Colts 21, Giants 9. Again, Charlie Connerly tries to pass New York own territory. He spots Frank Gifford at the sideline, but Frank can't hold on to the ball. Connerly is throwing on every play. His top receiver today has been Bob Schnelker, and Bob comes through again with a 12-yard reception for a first down. Baltimore is really putting the pressure on the veteran Charlie Connerly. The Colt forwards snow him under for a 4-yard loss. It's 3rd and 12, and Connerly has to go for the big play again. It turns out to be a big play for the Colts, as Johnny Sample intercepts and sprints down the sideline to make his way across for a Baltimore touchdown. It's Colts 28, Giants 9, and Big Daddy Lipscomb congratulates Sample as they leave the field. Once more, the Giants try to move out of danger. Connerly feeds a delayed handoff to Frank Gifford, and Frank heads around right end behind good blocking to pick up 23 yards. The New Yorkers try a little trickery as Connerly races back, then laterals to Frank Gifford. Gifford aims for Schnelker. But Johnny Sample makes his second sensational interception. Sample returns all the way to the New York 26. Unitas goes to work right away. He finds Barry available on a slant pattern for a fast 6 yards. The Giant defense is still stubborn, but Steve Myra solves it with a 25-yard field goal. The Colts have scored 24 points in this final period to take a 31-9 lead. The Giants are racing the clock now. Connerly spots Schnelker heading for the corner of the end zone and hits him for a Giant touchdown. The final score reads Baltimore Colts 31, New York Giants 16. After 3 quarters of tense battle on nearly even terms, the defending world champions broke the game wide open as their defensive unit turned the tide with key interceptions, and the great Baltimore offense converted every opportunity into points. The delirious Colt fans tackle the impossible task of dismantling steel goalposts set in concrete and succeed as their heroes leave the field still world champions of professional football.